effects. Yeah. I never take doubt as a lesson. I never second guess it. Take negativity and reject it. I got my mind blind to rejection, so I'll be just fine. Don't be wasting any time with discretion. I run this campaign like I'm running an election. I pop this champagne like we're not in a recession. I feel no damn pain. Ibuprofen is a blessing. Feel it pumping through my veins. Got me feeling like I'm flexing, yeah. I'm in motion, I'm obsessive like the ocean, I'm relentless. No promotion, still progressing, overdosing on these lessons. And these words my only weapon, cut you deep, oh yeah, I threaten. Feel the heat and all the tension, need relief from this whole session. But I keep myself progressing, cause I creep around suppressants. I don't sleep enough, you guessed it, every second is a blessing. Got no time to be depressed, on this grind you're always stressed. So I work harder than the rest, that always said to do my best.
I don't ever doubt myself, I can count on no one else. And I do not need your help, I was told to show, not tell. I don't ever doubt myself, I can count on no one else. And I do not need your help, I was told to show, not tell. So watch me. So watch me.
Man, this beat got me aggressive, got me on the straight offensive. You can't stop this train direction, cause it runs without an engine. Oh, when did I fail to mention that I need all your attention? Cause we're failing in retention, listen up or just forget it. I ain't here to spit perfection, I embrace my imperfections. I just want all that's neglected to hear something they connect with. So I use my only method, all these words that I've invested. I don't hope that they're impressive, I just hope that they're effective. Yeah. I swear to God, if you want it, then you got to get it. Cause when I'm on my deathbed, no, I will not regret it. You only got one life, one shot, don't let it slip away. Today, get up and make a big change, huh? You decide your own future, a winner or a loser, a headline or a rumor, on the bench or a shooter, superstar or recruiter, defensive prosecutor, just living a consumer, or will you be a producer? If you have a dream, go capture it, go activate, get off your ass and take some action, bitch. Start acting like you want this shit, cause passion ain't compassionate. Too many people want this shit, it's not enough you're talented, you have to fucking grab it. And I'm sick of being adequate, another college graduate, just looking for an advocate to hire me to pack your shit. You want it, take a stab at it, you need it, then get after it. These people, they don't matter, shit, just block them out and capture it.
I don't ever doubt myself, I can count on no one else. And I do not need your help, I was told to show, not tell. I don't ever doubt myself, I can count on no one else. And I do not need your help, I was told to show, not tell. So watch me. So watch me. I don't ever doubt myself, I can count on no one else. And I do not need your help, I was told to show, not tell. I don't ever doubt myself, I can count on no one else. And I do not need your help, I was told to show, not tell. So watch me. Don't wanna sleep in, cause I got something to prove. I gotta take what I hate and finally make a move. I think of you and all the shit you don't do. Well, I'ma make hella sure that I don't become you. I have no regrets, yeah, I'll tie up my chest. I'll never forget what it's like to be in debt. Been stabbed in the back bed, I'll show you what happens. Pass me the mic and I'll show you with action. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you could never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these
Oj jäklar!
Hello everyone. Hey Misu. Thanks for this sub. Wow, 4 months. Already? It's been a while. Hope you're all doing good. This is finally I can also use my avatar again. Cause no games. Well, it's scuff, but that's kind of how it looks. How it's gonna be. And yes, there is special type of stream today. I'm gonna start off by showing one of my favorite playmats I have from Vanguard. It's a very cute playmat. I have quite a few of these playmats. Phone, focus, please. Focus. And there's my keyboard as well. It's normal, yeah. Okay, phone, can you please focus? There we go. Yeah, my hands are gonna be visible quite a bit because there's a lot to go through. I have no fucking clue how many cards there are. I would guess around 5,000. I've collected a lot through the years. But I'm gonna start off with a few more of my playmats because I think it's a good place to start overall. Will be your fault. Yeah, I'm probably gonna cut it up to more than one stream cause there's a lot. And I guess after the playmats, I guess I'll go over most of my decks. I mean, that's a good way to start before heading into the actual. I'm gonna whisper a fair bit before I go into the actual mass collection. Here's another one of my playmats that I have, and this is one of the first like Vanguard specific playmats I got. Oh my, this must have been back in like 2016, 2017 I got this playmat. It's very small, it's small compared to the other, but it's very, it's a pretty one. And this is back from, yeah, this playmat is actually from Mystical Magus. This is, I guess, around the Asia Circuit era of Vanguard. Although I didn't get it in that era, but I think it's from around there, or it's from, could it be Break? Limit Break? No, Link Joker, that's the anime era. Maybe it's from there. It's another very pretty playmat. And I like using these playmats that have like the sounds and all when I'm playing for Vanguard because it's nice. I like the blue. It's pretty. It's mainly purple though. It's more of a purple hue than an actual blue. Although her hair is blue, and quite a bit of her outfit. Ooh, yeah. I mean, I'm not using the best camera for this ever. I'm using my phone. And it's a bit of a scuff setup. We're doing the best we can here. And next up is, this is a playmat that I got. This is the playmat from the set where I decided to go for building my DP deck, my DP meme deck that I have. I split a that card shop I was playing at, what we call a pizza box, which is pre-release box for a set. So me and the judge, we actually split this pre-release, this pizza box, so we both got one of these playmats. I think I spent like 800 SEK on it. quite expensive. But I got all the DP cards from that set, from that pizza box, including a SP, which is a very high rarity card, so that's something. Super Mecha, yeah. And here's the name of the card. Super Dimensional Robo Die Liner. I still have my DP deck to this day. I'm never getting rid of that. I love that deck too much. I can quickly show like two other like two Yu-Gi-Oh mat boards I have. These are old ones. Pretty fancy looking. It's a bit of, because of storage system I have for the playmats and everything, it's a bit annoying to do. It's a seal of Orichalcos, I think that's named on the back of the Yugi one. Yugimoto. Oh. Don't want you falling, phone. And then the other one of these Yu-Gi-Oh ones I have is Joey Wheeler. Oh, okay. Camera, phone, don't be slow now. These are actually really nice and like they're hard. Alright, Mike, can you please stay in place? And this, I don't know what this is called, but it's, I think, connected to the Harpy Ladies set in some way. Like, these are hard. They are not soft like my Vanguard mats. And then I have more. This is another, like, I mean, this is the first, like, this is the first Vanguard arted playmat I got quite a while back. This is from the first anime adaptation. These are desktop mats, right? No, actually they're not. They are called playmats for playing TCG games. So you put sleeves in, you put your cards into sleeves, and you to protect them when you're playing and so on. Then you also put the playmats down to protect the cards even more. It's mainly the sleeves. And yeah, it's visible that this is an old one because of all these stains all over the place. I've had this one for years. And this is the first card I fell in love with when playing, when it comes to Vanguard. It's changed a lot through the years, but I still have fond memories of this specific card and a deck I have of it because it was fun. And then you have the character here, Aichi Sendo, this guy. And he is in the anime the one who uses the Blaster Blade, which is this part. And then there is Toshiki Kai, who I guess you could call him a bit of an antagonist. He's a good friend and teammate of Aichi in the early parts of the anime. And fun fact is that Kai is the one who gave Aichi the Blaster Blade. This one. Anime lore. I really love this anime. I need to catch up with the latest, the Overdress, which is currently standard. I need to catch up with that. It's been a while since I caught up with it. And then I have another cute playmat. This one is way older than the Vanguard one, the Aichi Vanguard one. Back from the days when I actually played a lot of Pokemon TCG. With a cute Pikachu. Yeah, this mat is cute. I don't use it anymore. I still have it. And fun fact is, these playmats are made from the same material that the desktop mats are made out of, so you can use them as desktop mat. I ruined one like that. But yeah, they do function like that. And on the backside, all of these are of a rubber. So when they're against like a desktop mat, so when they're against like a wooden surface, they don't slip around all over the place. Oh, you can? Is it the same material? Yeah, it's the same material. Almost. It's almost the same material as my desktop mat here. Almost the exact same material. It's the same. Like I've used this style, some playmats as desktop mats before. I got so much dead skin on one that I kind of had to throw it away because I did it. But yeah, it does work. Yep. That's a valid reaction. And the last two playmats I have are this. This is just a pure purple one. This is one of the first two playmats I've ever bought. I had a turquoise cyan one, and that's the one I got so much dead skin on that I had to throw it away. Too much rubbing it or something? No, I was using it under my keyboard, so I was having my hand on my keyboard. And after enough hours of that, yeah, it kind of got disgusted. Yeah. Well, it was also quite a while before I actually had my lovely desktop mat that I have here. That is visible here with the pink and the grey. It's from the pink limited edition set that my keyboard is from. As well as my little mouse. That I've had for a few years now. Oh, it's an old one. It's old, but it's still good and so comfy in my hand. I love it. It's miscolored. It's a bit miscolored. Rather, typos happen. Yeah, it's a little bit. It's just the rubber. The rubber does that after quite a few years of usage. Still feels good in my hand, so no reason to swap it. Like, since it still feels good and works good, why replace it? It just costs money. And the last playmat I have is this pure pink one, and it's got a rubberized texture here. I don't use it a lot, but it's a cool one to have. Yeah, the only time you can replace it is if it's double clicking or scrolling a scrap. Yeah. Also, it's pink. It's pink. It's from the pink limited edition set. I don't want to swap it. I mean, yeah, I love pink. Also, as you can see up here in the corner, there is the speaker that I want to plug into my stereo, but the cable is tiny shit. Here's my OBS. It's a tiny piece of shit cable. It does not reach my stereo. Which happens to be right there. The cable is not long enough. I need to go and buy a extension cable for it, which fucking sucks. Also, it's an old stereo. It still sounds good. Because I mean, it's old. It only costed a K as well. Honestly, like, if it's old and it still sounds good, why replace it? Well, and I guess let's start with some decks. We can start with this deck box. Oh.
Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky.
Like my phone from the charger to not have it overheat too much. Can you stand still? Alright. So in this deck box I have my probably my current favorite Vanguard deck, which I have named the Waifu Police that sends sweeps to horny jail. I'm lurking but listening. Work, yeah. No worries. Alright, come on. And in the back here I have some extra sleeves. Because you always need it more. You always need spare sleeves when you're playing a TCG. And like this deck box, if I remember correctly, I spent like, what was it, like 280 SEK or something on it. Expensive, but it was a limited edition. 2021 exclusive. Deck protection is expensive in TCGs. That's just how it is. How life as a TCG player is. We can start out with some of my background cards I have here in my main deck box, where we have one card I got sometime when I was playing a yeah, it was in a tournament I was playing. Just a promo I got for participating in the tournament. A lovely little penguin soldier. I like my penguin cards. I don't play Aquaforce, but it's a cute penguin. And then after that we have my small collection of army penguins. My absolute favorite card ever in Vanguard, because this motherfucker has saved me so many times by appearing and giving me the exact card I needed. And this is just a few of the ones I have. I wanna say 3 more in my actual DP deck, which will be the next deck I'm gonna show. I got a lot of them from the from the pizza box of the My Glorious Justice set. Just a fun draw trigger, and like it's not it's far from the strongest card ever. It just gives 10,000 power to one unit, and it lets me draw another card. But that draw card is saved my ass so many times when I was playing my meme DP deck, and yeah, not a lot of really not a lot of shield power, but I just run a lot of draw triggers because of the draw card. Because that deck goes through so many fucking cards, it's stupid. But I'll leave the rest of that for when I'm actually going through that deck. And here we have my SP DP card that I got from that pizza box. It's a very pretty cute card. Magical Police Quilt. It is very cute. So when the judge during that set, when we were done with that because we paid for half of the pizza box together, he left this alone because he knew I wanted to build the DP, and he took 2 other cards that would equal the same value, basically. Which was a very kind gesture, because since he won, he had the right to pick freely. But he decided to take cards equal to the value of this, to leave this for me, because I was building the Dimension Police deck. So yeah, that is a fun moment. And this is just a clear sleeve. So this is the background of the Vanguard cards. Then we have one of the funnier this is the misprinted card. This card is from another. This unit is from another of the Bushiroad games, if I remember it correctly. Normally Dylander looks differently, but this is the misprint, and we kinda called it, I think it was the Javanizing beam on it, and yeah, I just loved using it, and someone was a bit annoyed at me for using the misprinted one when I had the non-misprint. I just found, because this is cute, and I just felt like using this more than the actual card art for it. More fun using the misprinted one, especially when it's this adorable. This is another order for my Waifu Police deck. I've never really used it. Let's see, it's choose one of your opponent's attacking units and you get minus 5k until end of turn. For each of your opponent's card, imprison your prison, yeah. It also costs a Soul Blast. There was never really a reason for me to actually use this in my deck, because I had more valuable cards instead. It's still a fun card to have around. Then we have a spare crit trigger for my deck in case I want to run an extra crit instead of, I think it's front trigger? Could be mistaken. But yeah, just to easily be able to hot swap the card. And then I have a old card in case I would want to run Chevalstad again in my deck or not. Really good for getting an extra card up to hand, but quite expensive ability, since it costs a counterblast and a soul blast, and I need the resources for a lot of other abilities. And then this is a really good Bubble Mine is really useful for the Brantgate clans, especially like in the beginning, like set 1 of the Waifu Police that I like to call my deck, which is the Seraph Snow build, the prison build, because you literally get an extra card into your soul and you get to counter charge, which gives you 2 valuable resources back, straight up back, from 1 card alone. And here's my actual deck. It's extra thick because I've double sleeved it, but it's my main deck and the one I've played the most, which is why I double sleeved it. Gotta keep the cards protected. Let's see, there we go. I can start with going through this in the order of the right chain. So we start off with the grade 0 for the Waifu Police, Aurora Battle Princess Ruby Red. It's a very fun, cute card, and I love the expressions, especially on this right line. Because we start off with her, and yeah, this is another SP. I managed to buy her pretty cheap from someone. And like, if you look at her expression, she looks very mean and angry. And then we go on to the Kyanite Blue, who is, I don't have an SP or any high rarity of. It's just straight up from the starter deck. Lovely card, really good skill. It instantly gets me my person into hand, so I can instantly play it out. On the turn I ride grade 1. Only run 1 of her because you only need 1. You only need the right deck 1. And she's more of like, her expression is more of like gotta impress the higher ups, like a beginner at the job and gotta impress the higher ups. And then you have Risat Pink, who literally when I ride her, I get to put, I just get to yeet I force my opponent to put the card from hand into the prison. And she is the happy-go-lucky type, based on her expression. Really good card. Although that her good effect is is limited to when you ride her. That's why I only run one of her in the deck. And then we have the main card of the deck, the boss, which is Aurora Battle Princess Seraph Snow. And I really love this card. Such a great artwork. And as soon as I saw this, before they actually released, this was the beginning of the year they released the starter decks. This must have been, what, like 2020, I think. So like 3 years ago. January 2020, I saw this and I just went like, oh, I hope they I hope they make a prison mechanic. And guess what? They did it. They bloody did it. And her expression, her expression is straight up like, just another day at work. So I just like how it goes from mean, angry, to gotta impress everyone, to happy-go-lucky, to just another day at work. So this is this is my right deck. Because in the current standard, which is also called the D format, I think, you have your ride deck. So you're guaranteed to always be able to ride the grade on your ride up a grade each turn, up to grade 3. Although you pay a card from hand, and these sleeves are a specially designed sleeve for the Brandgate, for the Brandgate ride deck. So it's very fitting for me to have it, considering that this is the nation is, if it's gonna be visible, Brandgate. Come on, phone. I doesn't want to focus on it. It's a very fun deck to play. And each Vanguard deck is a total of 50 cards. So this pile here, which is the main deck, is 46 cards in total. And we have a nice... Yeah, this is Perio Turquoise, which is a really good useful card. I don't know if she's still actually played in the current version of this deck. My deck is quite outdated at this point. Here we have the crit again. The perfect guard. Violet Dragon. Yeah. But yeah, I think I counted it to like through Vanguard decks alone. I think I have like over 1,000 cards. No, it's like 700, 800. I think it was. It's a lot of cards. Somewhere between 500 and 1,000 cards. Another one of the Battle Princess cards. That is from the starter deck, which is why there is this explanation for what a critical trigger does. Because I made it more accessible and easy for beginners to learn. It's actually a really good thing to do. And I have a lot of duplicates in the deck because you kind of need them. Need certain abilities and effects and cards. Have fun. So the main part of my deck is built up of cards that either get bonuses from me having my opponent's cards in the prison, for example Perio Turquoise, and cards like Bagumotor here, who will help me get opponent's cards into the prison, which is quite nice. Perio Turquoise has a very fun ability with getting plus 5k power if 2 or more of my opponent's cards are imprisoned in my prison. And the front row ability that is when your opponent's card imprisoned in your prison is placed on rear guard, that unit gets minus 5000 until end of turn. So if my front row would consist of 2 Perio Turquoise, if my opponent takes out one of their cards from my prison, they literally lose 10k power on both. And if it's a grade 2, they're down to 0 power, basically, making an attack pointless with it. Or if it's a grade 1, it will be at negative 2k. Because the grade 1s are at 8k power, so... Back in set 2, this card was really annoying for people to deal with. And some decks were literally fully shut down by Seraph Snow doing Seraph Snow. It was quite fun. You rest cards and some decks were just fell apart. And here we have the front trigger from the deck. I really like the design. It's very pretty. This is one thing I love with Vanguard, is just all of these amazing designs. And the way I got 4 copies of this of Seraph Snow when it's glittery like this, the triple rare foil, is I bought 4 copies of the starter deck. So I have a lot of duplicates from the starter deck. But it was just because I wanted to have full shiny on the main waifu of the deck. The main waifu of the waifu police. And they were like 50 sec a piece as well, so they weren't too expensive. Which is quite fun. This is more of a fun card. It isn't the best to the most competitive thing, at least back then when I put this in. Yeah, the sleeves are a little bit dirty. When this unit is placed on rear guard, choose one of your opponent's cards imprisoned in your prison and put it into their drop. Basically, I get to make it so if I imprison one of the really good cards, or they imprison a good card that they want to get out on the next turn, I could just play this and just force that thing into their drop zone, making it so that only a few decks that call things from the drop zone will be able to use the card. And here's the heal trigger of the deck, which will, if you're at the same amount of damage or more than your opponent when you trigger check heal trigger, you get to recover 1 point of damage. You're only allowed to have 4 heal triggers in the deck as well. Whereas you can run, if you wanted to, because the deck consists of 16 triggers, you could literally run 4 heal triggers and 12 crits. Although basic, there are a few decks that actually did do that from what I remember. There are some decks that will do stuff like that, but overall you typically have crits, fronts, heals, and an over trigger, which is a little bit of a bullshit card. And this is one of the 2 orders I run in this deck. I run 4 copies of, because I can pay the cost of Soul Blasting 1 to play this and force my opponent to put 1 card from their hand into the prison, if their hand is 4 or more. Which just helps me get cards into the prison to get off effects and get bonuses from it. And then we have my favorite grade 1. And the reason I love running this, first of all, it's cute, pink haired, but also the effect, because I like going more aggressive than most people who play this. And it's because of the ability during the battle that this unit boosted if 2 or more of your opponent's cards are imprisoned in your prison. This unit gets plus 5k. So this will boost for 13k. And the front row, which will typically be grade 2, which will either be Perio Turquoise or Agra Rouge, they will be sitting at 15k power. So this row will hit for 28k minimum. And then if we go on to the effects of And then combined with the effects of Seraph Snow, which during my turn, if one or more of my opponent's cards are in the prison, plus 10k to her, and I get, if 3 or more are in there, I get an extra drive. And her activated skill lets me arrest. As I like to say, the game calls it imprison, I call it arrest. And I get to arrest two of my opponent's row cards. Not limited to the front row, unlike some cards. But if I Persona Ride, which is what this symbol means, basically I ride Seraph Snow on top of Seraph Snow, I get to draw a card and I get 10k power to my entire front row. So then, the row where I have this boosting, for example, Perio Turquoise here, that row will hit for 38k. And if I were to on a trigger check, where I have, for example, a triple drive, I get a front trigger. That's an extra 10k to the entire front row, so then they're up to 48k. And then that can keep going for a while. I think I've gotten one of these rolls. No, I don't. I think the maximum I got on them is like 48k. But they could theoretically go up to, without getting an over trigger, I could basically get one of these rows up to like 78k. Quite a hard one to block. And if there are some crits involved, extra damage. And here's the lovely prison. There is no need to run more than one copy of the prison, thanks to Kea Knight Blue, whose ability lets you, when you ride her, you search your deck for your prison and put it into your hand and then shuffle the deck. So you're always guaranteed to get the prison out. No matter if it doesn't matter if you only have one copy of the prison, because you instantly get it out anyway. And here's more of what it does. And your opponent can Soul Blast 1 to get a card out, or Counter Blast 1 to get 2 cards out. Quite expensive, and back when there was basically only the trial decks, this deck was very strong just because of this, because you force your opponents to use so many resources. And then we're basically through all. And here's Agra Rouge. Oh yeah, she also, if there's 2 or more cards in the prison, she gets 5k power and 10k extra shield. So she's quite a good defender as well. And she allows me to arrest one of my opponent's front row units. Yeah, this is... I really like playing this deck, it's a very fun one. And here's the over trigger. And this, you're only allowed to run 1 over trigger in the deck. And I don't know, it's not very visible, but it's plus 100 million power to a unit. Although this one has a very fun effect, if I remember it correctly. You may only have 1 over trigger in a deck. When you realize a trigger, remove that card, draw a card, choose one of your units, and it gets plus 100 million until end of turn. If revealed during drive check, activate its additional effect. This one's additional effect is quite nasty. Additional effect is double the power and crit of all your front row units until end of turn. So the unit you give 100 million power to is automatically at 200 million power. And let's say that thing is at 2 has already gotten the bonus of 1 critical. It would hit for 2 damage. No, this effect makes it hit for 4 damage. And that thing can sit over 200 million power. The only way to block that fucking an attack like that is using the perfect card. The perfect card. Complete card, whatever you call them. And you need to discard a card from hand in order to do it, unless you only have the perfect card and one more card in hand. Now that's OP. Yeah, it is. It is. It's a bullshit card. They didn't need to go 100 million, but they did. 100k would have been enough. That's still stupid numbers. And then it's just the repeat of the remaining cards of the day. And the remaining cards here are just repeats, duplicates. It is an OP card, and that's why you're only allowed to have one of them in the deck. Typically, I mean, there was one time with this deck, I beat someone on my grade 2 turn because I had gotten my field out to hit for... I had my 13k booster plus my plus 15k front row. So I had two side, so my two rearguard sides columns literally hit for 28k each, and my vanguard hit for like 10k. That was guarded, but I get a drive check. I don't remember if I got the overtrigger on that drive check or not. I might have. And my opponent just instantly lost that turn. There was nothing they could do. They had already taken too much damage, and I hit... I know that one of my rear guards literally hit for 2 damage. So that turn... yeah, that turn... Yeah, he was on grade 3 as well. That turn I hit for 4 damage. And he was already at 2 damage, minimum. I could have hit for more if I drew the over trigger, which I don't recall. Yeah, it's quite the... The over trigger is quite the OP card. And that specific over trigger is the Brant Gate over trigger. All different nations got their own over trigger. And now let's head over to my meme DP deck. And this one is also double sleeved. It looks bigger, it's the same amount of cards in the deck in total. It's just that I double sleeved it in a different way. Because I have standard sized sleeves over Japanese sized sleeves. So we can start off with my die liners, where one of these I got from the pizza box, the pre-release kit. And this card is what I literally saw it, and this is what made me go, I am going DP. This card is what made me hit maybe decide I'm building Dimension Police. It's a grade 3, sits at 13k power. One crit, and his abilities are on Vanguard Circle. All of your grade 3 units gets plus 10k shield. Because of how his ability works, the deck can't work if you don't have a fuck ton of grade 3s. And since you normally don't have a shield, you get this shield. And this is in the V era, so we're in a older era than my previous deck, my Waifu Police deck, which means that there were imaginary gifts instead of Persona Ride, like it is in the D format. And the imaginary gift that I have here is Force, and I have 2 options. I can go Force 1, which is a stackable plus 10k power, or I can go Force 2, which is not stackable but plus 1 crit. And crit equals damage. But the big part of Dieliner is his main ability, the Act. Once per turn, Counterblast 1, Soul Blast 1. Look at the 7 cards from the top of your deck. Reveal up to 1 normal unit from among them and put it into your hand. And shuffle your deck. If you reveal the grade 3 unit, grade 3, this unit gets plus 20k power plus 1 crit until end of turn. So by himself, using his ability, he will hit for 33k power, 2 damage. And that's what I call stupidity. And combined with Force 1, which I typically win, which I almost always go with this, especially in the beginning because Force 2 wasn't invented yet. Yeah, he was just sitting at 43k power, 2 damage. Alone. And that's what a boost, and then you boost him for an extra 8k. And then you have a twin drive. So he can hit stupidly hard. I love him. I love him. Really great card. Although he's not really what I'm running the most, the main thing I'm running in my DP deck at the moment. We can also go over my starter, my grade 0. Little Hero Draco Kid. I have another grade. Starter for DP, but Little Hero Draco Kid is just cute. Just too cute. Much cuter than the mecha one. Just a cute little Draco Kid. And then we have my Force gifts. I didn't want to spend money on buying official Force gifts, so I made proxies using other Vanguard cards and printing out a picture to make it look like one. And here we have a Maiden of Noisette, the Neo Nectar. Because buying these Force gifts would be expensive. So I have one Force 2. I mean, we call them Force 2, they're both called Force, but we say Force 1, Force 2 to make it more obvious. This is an official Force 2 gift. It's sideways like this, and yeah. Yeah, the crit, and it says the crit doesn't stack. And then we have the Force 1, which I have quite a few copies of. But in here I use most of these proxies. And then there's the quick shield from the VR as well, which is if you go second, you get this added to your hand, and it's just 5k shield. So you can basically use it to guard an attack. And this is the Great Dayusha. The art of Great Dayusha for Force. This is a DP Force, basically. And then we have the big, massive thing that is the 49 card main deck. Because this is before you had the starter deck, or the right deck, I mean. And this deck, most people would build this using a lot of crits. I went the opposite way and went a fuck ton of draw triggers, because in this era we had draw triggers that were perfect cards. So of course I'm running them, but I'm running extra draw triggers because I need the extra cards in my hand. Because this deck runs a fuck ton of grade 3s. Fun grade 3 doesn't have the Force, and I don't really want to ride him, because his main effect is on the rear guard, and it's that if my Vanguard is at 30k or greater, I have units that get power boosts, basically. Which is why I typically go Force 1, because that gives me the extra power to make sure that my Vanguard is always sitting at over 30k power. Because otherwise, for example, he wouldn't be getting an extra 5k power and an extra crit, so he casually sits at 18k power to crit. We have Die Brave. Fun, good grade 1 that I like having as a boost early on, because when my Vanguard's attack hits a Vanguard, I get to put him into my soul and draw a card. So I build up my soul and I get another card to my hand, basically. We have a Die Dragon, who I can use to give my Vanguard. By Soul Blessing 1, I can give my Vanguard more power, 5k power, to help get my Vanguard over 30k, or 45k for a different ability. And if my Vanguard is over 35k, this unit gets plus 10k. So it will attack for 20k, basically, alone. And there's more of my army penguins. My lovely army penguins. We have more Die Brave. We have the Miracle Booty, a very fun card. And this is why my deck is a bit of a meme. She has a Force, she's a grade 3, she has Twin Drive. Her big ability, that is the most fun one, is Vanguard Rearguard once per turn. When it attacks a Vanguard, if this unit's power is 30k or greater, counterblast 1, stand one other Miracle Beauty on your Rearguard. Which will allow, and then if you stand the Rearguard, you literally get to stand the Rearguard behind that, so you get another full force attack, basically. It's really expensive, and I've gotten it once. It gotten off a turn where I do 7 attacks on my opponent. And there has been once I've finished someone off by using the meme strats. But this is the thing, like, if you can't guard all the attacks this turn or get really lucky with field triggers, you're basically dead the turn I go for 6 or 7 attacks with Miracle Booty. More Die Brave. Crit again. Grand Rope, a fun, great booster. And a grade 3 Searcher, who can help guarantee that I get to ride a grade 3 on my first grade 3 turn. So it has 2 abilities. The Continuous, during your turn if you have a grade 3 or greater unit. Oh, okay, he's actually even better. This unit gets plus 5k, so he's also a 13k booster. Combined with Miracle Booty Arrow, who attacks for 13. Them together is straight up 26k. And since you need to get Miracle Booty over 30k, you either go Force 1, or my favorite method with this is kinda going... I mean, meme way is going Force 2 for that, to pull it off. And I typically go Force 1 because that will just guarantee that I can get them to 36k. Hello Sumi, how are you doing? Just going over some crazy stupidity that is my TCG collection. Right now my funny meme deck, where I have a Miracle Booty. It's a nickname this card got from someone at the card shop I used to play at. I like this. I like this card. This deck. We have a Miracle Dandy, who is a good extra defense because he will have a 15k shield if my Vanguard is grade 3 or greater. So many cards? Yeah, in total I might have around 5k. I would not be surprised if I have around 5k cards in total. Me Pokemon cards be like... I mean, this is me including my Pokemon cards, my Magic cards, my Yu-Gi-Oh cards, my Vanguard cards, my Keyforge, my Weiss Swords. Yeah, I have a few. More Grand Rope. This expensive fuck. I spent... yeah, 170 SEK a piece for 3 of these cards just to get this deck playable. Because Bushiroad were assholes and printed this as a promo. And every DP player needed this fucker. And then like a year later they printed it in like a collection things that made it basically worth nothing. The collector. I mean, I've collected for a lot of years. But yeah, Twin Order, why I love him so much, and why it's a must-have if you played DP back in the V era, when they released him, is that when it boosts, one of your vanguards gets plus 10k power until end of turn for each of your force markers. Thanks to him, I've gotten my vanguard up to around 100k power before. That has happened. That is the power of Twin Order. But I only have 3 copies of him. More Grand Rope, more Miracle Booty, another crit, more Lovely Armor Penguin. Straight up my favorite card ever. Because this fucker has saved me so many times, I can't count. That is actually no joke. This one has saved me so many times in fights, in card fights. And there was a long period of time I played a lot of tournaments and shit with this meme deck. I might have lost almost every time, but like I had fun, and every once in a while I actually got a win. Because people couldn't guard my big turns of 6 or 7 attacks of minimum 30k damage, 30k power, 2 damage. Thanks to this card. And this is what my deck is built. This is what it's built around. Here we go. The one who basically redid how this deck works. Brad Black. Black-clad top-tier deity Brad Black. Or as we like to say at the card shop, Braddu Blacku. His act is counter +1 and 3 units in your front row get plus 10k power. Another thing I'm using a lot when I'm playing this deck to get my power over 35k. That sounds like a JoJo stand. Damn, I've never watched JoJo, but sure, it might. And then their big chunk ability, I have it memorized. At the end of the battle, it attacked. Look at 7 cards from the top of your deck, reveal up to 1 grade 3 from among them, and put it into your hand, and shuffle your deck. If your opponent's grade is grade 3 or greater, discard 2 cards from your hand, write a grade 3 and write a grade 3 not named black-clad top-tier deity Braddu Blacku from your hand as stand, and that unit gets plus 10k power -1 drive until end of turn. I played this deck so much, I still have it memorized in my head how to play it, how it works, what the cards do. I played this deck so much in the period of like half year to a year that it's still memorized, and I haven't played it for a few years now. Do you also play Magic? Yeah. I have a few Magic cards. I'm gonna get to them as well eventually. Right now I'm just on my 2nd Vanguard deck. Really? An hour already? Damn. I also went over most of my playmats. This is one of my favorite cute ones. Do you play Magic, Sumi? Like, my Magic deck is old, so good. Yeah, I love it. I have more. I have the Dieliner playmat, and I fucking love it. But it's because I spent I split a pre-release kit with the Judge at the card shop for this set, and that's how I got that playmat, and an SP for Dimension Police. Played like 2 times, but it's cool. Yeah, it's a cool game. I do prefer Vanguard over Magic. Like, Vanguard is my favorite TCG I've played. Especially back in like a time, because it's still to this day a lot of like there's quite a bit of RNG with it. So because like most TCGs like Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Magic, it's pretty much straight up best deck wins. the one who spent the most on their deck wins. Whereas Vanguard was more like my meme deck here. If people took it for granted and went like, oh, this is gonna be a piece of cake of a fight, and then they're not prepared for my stupid turn of 6 or 7 attacks, yeah, they kinda die, because every attack typically then hit for minimum of 2 damage, potentially even more. So this is not a deck to be taken lightly. It's just a huge fucking meme, and I played it competitively, and I was still a threat to people who played very competitive decks. Even though they kind of bullied the living shit out of my deck, but this was still not something they just could ignore. Most of the attacks couldn't be ignored. Oh yeah, my heal triggers. I played it IRL with some friends. That is fun. Yeah, playing card games with friends is fun actually. I have a Pokemon deck that I got some friends pissed at me for playing. I still have it to this day, basically untouched. They did not like it. Because I said, fuck off to all your fuck off EX. Fuck off. Because I have a Pokemon card that literally straight up is immune to attacks from like almost all EX Pokemons. It's stupid and I love it. And it's not even a rare card. It's not even a particularly rare card. It's just normal rare. I just love... Oh yeah, here we go. The draw trigger perfect card. Diamond Ace. I think in total I ran like 7 or 8 draw triggers in this deck. I don't need crits. Especially when I'm running Dieliner, because Dieliner crits himself. Most decks rely on crits to get extra damage to deal. This deck just says, nah, I got it covered. So I just run extra draw triggers because I have so many grade 3s, and having the extra cards in hand is just a must. Especially because I need certain cards to be able to pull off my combos and stuff. More of the stupidly expensive fuck. Yeah, 7 draw triggers I think I'm running in this deck. And here we go. Here we go with the guy who has a name that kinda jokingly has to be said in a specific way. Ultimate Dimensional Robo. Great Dayusha! This fellow. He's hard to use properly in a fight. Because, but his abilities are so good. The Vanguard is the auto Vanguard circle, which is what this V stands for. It's when this unit, when placed, 3 of your front row units gets plus 10k power until end of turn. Then we have the big hand ability. At the end of the battle that your grade 3 Vanguard attacked, if that unit's power is 45k or greater, and it was not placed this turn, Counterblast 1, write this card as stand, and it gets plus 10k power until end of turn. And then there is a great meme play that can be done, but the requirements are quite heavy. I've gotten this meme finisher once on someone. It requires that I have 2 Great Dayushas on hand. One of them can be acquired through Brad Black's skill, Bradeblaku. So after my Bradeblack has attacked, if he's at 45k power or more, which most of the time he is, because that's what this deck does, I begin by using Great Dayusha's hand skill to Superior Ride, get an extra force marker out, and more power, especially to my other front rows, because they have not attacked it. They have not done shit yet. This is what I begin by attacking with. I always attack Vanguard first in this deck. And then I activate Bradeblack's skill to do my second Superior Ride of Great Dayusha. So in one turn, I've gotten 2 extra force triggers, 1 extra attack, and my front row rear guards just straight up an extra 20k power. And if I use Bradeblack's Counterblast, an extra 10k there as well. So boom, they're at 30k plus. And typically these force gifts go on to the rear guards, so they're at plus 40k. And the greatest combo play is having Miracle Booty on both, with whilst they are boosted by Grand Ropes, and my Vanguard is boosted by Twin Order. This is the dream field for my... it's not really visible, but this is the dream field for this deck. Because when this rolls around, these, without any bonus power, will attack for 26k. And they can attack 2 times each, thanks to their ability. So in other words, this is a huge meme deck, but it's not to be taken lightly. Because those who just straight up take it lightly, they will get fucked. People who think that they can just survive this turn, they don't know what they're in for. There are decks that are stupidly good at defending, and they will survive that because that's how they work, but a lot of decks don't survive that turn. The issue is, I can't get to that turn before I die. Because my deck is so aggro, I don't have defense. It's such a fun meme. And there was a time when I played a casual fun game with the judge. And he was playing a crit deck he had built. And I was playing my crit deck here. This was before the Miracle Booty build. So I was running Dieliner, who crits himself. Let's just say I out-critted the crit deck. Because that's what DP does. It just crits. It crits itself. And then there's just so many... Oh yeah, there's this fun guy. Platinum Ace. Really nice. Especially before, when I ran the original build of this deck. It looked different then, and oh my god, Platinum Ace was a hard carry. Because he gets, during my turn on Vanguard, I like riding him as my grade 2 because he's just a 15k Vanguard during my turn. So whilst on grade 2, most Vanguards will attack with a boost for 18k. Yeah, I just casually hit for 23. But it's its second ability that is the best. The once per turn. When it attacks, if your grade 3 or greater Vanguard's power is 30k or greater, Soul Blast 1, and this unit gets plus 10k power plus 1 crit until end of turn. So he just casually sits at 20k 2 crit. And then add in extra power bonuses and shit for other abilities. Yeah, he can easily hit for like 50k, 50, 58k, 2 free damage. Quite hard to guard against. I guess that's all the cards in this deck. Yeah, that's all. That's all of them. This deck. I have so many fond memories of this from the days of like playing this deck regularly. I fucking loved it. It was so much fun. Such a stupid bullshit meme of a deck. Never knew this existed. Do you mean TCGs, Miso, or this specific these cards in this TCG? TCGs are actually pretty damn popular. The whole card game? Ah, yeah. Yeah, well, Vanguard is the... So, if we're talking... It's the 4th biggest TCG out there. And the gap is huge between Vanguard and, let's say, the big 3, which is Pokemon, Magic, and Yu-Gi-Oh! The gap between 3rd place out of those, the big 3, and Vanguard is gigantic. Which is why most people only really know of Magic, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! There are a lot of really fun card games that aren't those big 3, and like those big 3 are fun in their own sense, but if you ask me, Vanguard hits different. Especially because you also have this because you have some cute starters like this one. Little Hero Draco Kid. I love him. And for the fun of it and what I like to do when I'm playing, let's say Vanguard, and I'm playing my Waifu Police deck, I say there are certain things I say instead of just the classic stand up my Vanguard, ride the Vanguard and stuff for certain cards. So if I remember correctly, it's when in the beginning of the game when I reveal my starter. Oh, thanks for the hydrate, Sumi. If I remember that correctly, I say arrive at the scene because it's the police theme and it's like a crime scene. And then water important? It is. And then when I ride my grade 3, which is Seraph Snow, I typically end up saying was like arrive at the scene and take charge of the investigation. Raido de Vanguardo, Seraph Snow. Gotta have some fun when you're playing a game. Alright, let's see. I think it's gonna continue with the decks. I have a huge fucking box behind me of just basically Pokemon cards. A little bit of magic in there as well, but like, that's a big wooden box. Yeah, I can also go ahead and just show a bit more of the playmat, but also like my drawer for my decks. Oop. This is where I store my decks. Except that one of those big Pokemon boxes is pretty much straight up just Star Realms, a fun deck building game. It's a very fun deck building game. And then we have this nice deck box that I used for a long time. Still use it. And it was for my main deck actually for quite some time. Before I bought this box for my DP deck. And then when I went to playing my Waifu Police deck, I bought this 2021 exclusive box for it. This was expensive at like 280 SEK. Which I guess would be translated, which I would say is around 28 euro. It's a really fancy deck box. Normally this deck box costs 180 SEK, roughly 18 euro. I paid quite a bit more for the exclusive. But the colors just fit my Waifu Police so good that I had to. So when I say that I've spent a lot of money on TCGs through the years, I fucking mean it. TCGs are expensive. And in this, I now have 2 decks. These are my other 2 standard format decks in the Overdress era. Here is my second Waifu Police, where I got these again. Which is just, I just love the facial expression that goes from mean and angry. Gotta impress everyone at work. Happy-go-lucky. Just another day at work. This is one of my absolutely favorite cards in a TCG. I just love the design. One day I want to get art. I want to commission art of me, my avatar, inside of in this outfit. But also because of the mechanics. Like this deck, when I first saw it, for those who missed it before, I called it. Basically called it that they were gonna be doing a prison mechanic into the game. Because I went like, oh, it was so much fun if they introduced a prison mechanic based on this design. They fucking did it. I called it. Quite a few months before they before they released the deck. I think it was January 2020 I called it. And then around June 2020 they released the starter decks. And this was one of the starter decks. I bought 4 copies to get a full set of the shiny Seraph Snow, which are in my main deck. This is just a fun build of the Waifu Police. That would be pretty. It would. Would also be fun to have it. We have this lovely. This is a Link Joker art of. This is the Link Joker art front trigger. So there are nations. They swapped in the era swapped over from clans to nations. So they in set 1 they fully released a second Brandgate deck, a second deck of each nation. And for Brandgate it was you got the Waifu Police, which is probably a bit of the Dimension Police, but it's the pilots of the robot mechs. And then you got the Link Joker style deck. This is the other perfect guard. Slightly worse because it doesn't have the bonus ability of the one I have in my main deck that has if you only have 1 card in your hand, you don't need to discard a card from your hand to activate the perfect guard effect. So it's a really good perfect guard then. That one. This is the other grade for you got in. Oh wait, this is not. No, this is on the set. Yeah, it's a rare. It's a pretty solid one. He'll casually attack for 15k. Pretty solid. This build is far from being as good as my main deck. Although my main deck is outdated today, because it's not caught up with the last sets. This is the guy I used before to have another like 15k grade 2 attacker in my deck for cheap. To get my 28k attack rows. Which, on a grade 2 turn, hitting 2 attacks for 28k, that's very strong. Because that's hard to defend against when you're at 10k power. And then we have more of Seraph Snow. More of most cards that I have in my main deck. Except this used to be in my main deck once upon a time, not anymore. Bubble Mine, really fun card. Really great because it just gives me 2 very important resources back. Because these decks are very resource heavy, although not as much anymore, but in set 1, Waifu Police was extremely resource heavy, same with the other Brandgate deck, which made these really expensive. I mean, these used to be like roughly €9 a piece, each copy of Bubble Mine, and it was the cheap option of the double rare. If it wants to focus, phone. Yeah, it doesn't want to focus, but the double rare was the cheap option. There was a SP as well, way more expensive. But this still went for like €8 or €9 a piece back in set 1 because everyone who played Brandgate had to have them. And this is just a fun little grade 3 that can easily attack for 18k, which is actually pretty solid. Pretty good pick. For this build, of course, not for my main build where I don't have the space for her. Because there are so many better cards to use. Another like fun one. Far from the being very good or competitive. Medicine is placed on area guard 5 or more of your opponent's cards are imprisoned in your prison. Counter charge 1 or soul charge 3. pretty good. And here's the prison again. Which is straight up, which I just love, they straight up made a prison mechanic. So I literally put opponents' cards into my prison. I arrest them. I can force my opponent to arrest cards from their hand. I can force, and then I can just straight up pay to use effects to yoink my opponent's cards from their field. Straight into my prison. I even have a card that lets me yoink stuff from their drop zone, which is the same as the discard pile, which is hilarious. I remember using this guy a lot, Shovel Stud. He was the reason for why I decked out, basically lost due to deck outs a few times. I used this effect so much that I decked out. That was an issue with Waifu Police once. You literally ran out of cards in your deck and lost. So typically your biggest threat then it wasn't your opponent beating you. No, it was a deck out. And then this is just a very amazing artwork of the standard overtrigger that you got. That has its additional effect being that you get to give 2 units plus 100 million power instead of only 1. And in this we have from that era we have the main cast basically of the Overdress era anime. We have here in the middle Yuya, what's his name, Yuya? I think so. The main character. We have Danji. So Yuya played the Dragon Empire deck from that era, the Virene Nirvana. That's the boss card of that. You had Danji who played Bruce, which is the second deck I have in this specific deck box. You have this guy, I don't remember his name, but he played the Orphis, which is the other Brentgate deck. You have this guy, I don't remember what deck he played. We have this guy who played Bastion, which was the what was the name of that nation now again? Well, it was another very great. It was the grade 3 heavy deck of these starter decks. We have her here. I don't remember her name now, and she played the Stoicheia starter deck. Also basically one of the main cast. And then we have the best character of them all, Tomari Sato, right down here, who is the one who plays the Waifu Police. There is a slight bias from me with her being the best character because Waifu Police deck, best deck. But also, she is the instead of card fighting a lot, in the anime she's more of the announcer, the one who sits there talking over each card fight. Really fun actually. Very fun anime. Then I think I've gone through all of the cards in this deck. So far, let's see, this is the third deck I'm going through, so we have gone over, considering the few spare cards I have in the deck box of my main deck, that would be a bit over 150 cards. So yeah, my collection is big. Because this is barely scratching the surface. And here we have the Bruce deck. And here we have the boss card, Diabolus Violence Bruce. This is a fun. It's actually a pretty fun deck. It's not my favorite deck. He is. Then we have Diabolus Anger Richard. Then we have the guy with the best name out of them all, Diabolus Bad Steve. And then we have Diabolos Innocent Matt. One fun thing I like to do with my waifu police deck is literally, because a lot of Bruce players, when they ride onto Steve, they call Matt out to the field. And then there is me, with my waifu police deck. I like fucking them over by yoinking Matt away from their field, so when they ride the grade 2, they don't have Matt to put into their soul again. I did it a few times and the people who played Bruce, they were not happy. I yoinked away a pretty important part of their combo, the Raijin combo. And I did it just because I could. The waifu police. Which is a really fun deck. There's a reason I love it. Then we have the rest of the cards in here. We have Ariana, the cheerleader. What's noticeable in this deck, like the dark... Ah yeah, Darkseid. Oh yeah, now I remember who the other guy. The guy with the black suit, the deck he played. He was playing the other Dark States deck. Zorga. A few of these are a bit more on the sexualized side of the female characters in this, but like, this is a cheerleader outfit, and this one, it's actually logical. Very well, and well designed actually. This is what the overtrigger you get with each starter deck, at least back in the beginning. This is the overtrigger you got with each of the starter decks, which I have a second version of in my other waifu police deck. In my main I have the Brant Gate one, and that thing is nasty. We have more Steve. Mai, the critical trigger. Tiny girl with big rocket launcher. I honestly love that aesthetic. It's actually it's a fun aesthetic. Who do you give the big gun to? Of course, the small the small character. That's the one who deserves the big gun. It's great logic. Steve. Oh yeah, we have this fun acrobat presenter. So because I've played Vanguard for so long, I can recognize some things with, like, Steve, for example, is very inspired from the Spike Brothers clan. The Acrobat Presenter is quite inspired from the Pale Moon clan, which one character in the original anime series, Season 1, named her deck the Pale Moon Circus. Which is a very fitting name, and because it was very circus themed. Then we have this Wildmaster Megan. Also, I think pretty inspired from Pale Moon. We have Uvarit. I think the name is. I think it's a Gear Chronicle inspired design. Gear. Wait, is it Gear Colossus? No, Fist Colossus. Time Fishing Fist Colossus. Yeah, this is Gear Chronicle inspired. Pretty sure. And then we have the stand. No, this is. Yep, this is the one you got with the starter deck. The Perfect Guard. That is quite the outfit. And this is a front trigger. This is the front trigger from the booster set, not from the actual starter deck. And that's visible by there not being a description box like that on the card. Because they wanted to make the starter decks more more easy for new players to use, they added these description boxes of what the triggers do and how they work. So that you don't need to read the rules before or check them during a match when you're trying to learn the game, or ask someone who's more experienced, what does it do, how does the effects work and stuff. Which is actually a very good idea. And combined with them making the decks a lot cheaper, the starter decks were like 50 SEK, like €5 or something like that, making them very cheap and easy to buy. Because beforehand, a pre-built deck cost anywhere between 100 to 250 SEK, so yeah, I guess 10 to 25 euro. Quite the price decrease. And instead of going from you needing to buy like typically 2, sometimes more pre-built decks in order to get all the cards you would need, they gave you all the cards you need for the deck. Which was a big improvement to make it more accessible, which is really good, really nice. Brother Soul, a fun thing, and this deck, this is not a deck I have been able to deck out before, because you just go through the deck so fast. Ariana again, Presenter, and here's the front trigger you get with the deck. Killian. Quite the sexualized design, quite a sexy design. I do like the aesthetic though, it's a very nice aesthetic. Also, I think she's a demon. Yeah, she's a demon. So, kinda makes sense with the design then. Here we have the Swole guy again. Swole Bruce. Ah, yeah, this fun card. Who if I remember correctly, someone didn't really read or know exactly quite understand how it worked, so I kind of won against someone by them not understanding the ability, the effect of this card. And I have a very funny story about that when it comes to the pre-release tournament of My Glorious Justice. I got 2 wins in there because one person read the effects of one of my cards incorrectly and lost. The other time, the judge thought he knew what the card did and didn't read it, and therefore misplayed, and I won. Quite funny how the judge misplayed by not reading my card and lost due to that. After that, everyone knew what the fuck that card did, so I couldn't really use that thing in a funny way anymore, but still, it was still a solid card for a while. It is quite a difficult thing to put together a deck properly. Especially with like, when there are so many different cards out there. Like and here I have the specialized, the improved perfect card. For Dark States, from set 1 at least. When there are a lot of different cards out there for a TCG, it's really hard to build a proper deck. Even my main, in set 2, my main, like my Waifu Police deck, my main one, I didn't build it properly like everyone basically did, and those who played the game competitively did. Because I wanted a way more aggro build. So that's what I went for. And it was quite effective even with that, even built like that. Like most people wouldn't want. And honestly, if you ask me, that's more fun. It's a lot of fun when you can build a deck a bit more personalized to you, instead of having to follow proper, like, oh, you need to build a deck in this specific way in order, otherwise it's dog shit. I can also quickly show this. These are my 2 dice boxes, or dice containers. I think in last time I counted, I think the total was like 140 something dice. And I only really need 17 when I'm playing games, playing my TCGs, so I have a few more than I need. But they're so pretty. I can't help collecting them, because they're so pretty. And this is some damn delicious candy. The translation would be Swedish bastards. They're so salty it hurts to eat them, and I love them for it. I don't remember what was in this. Some other licorice. Ooh, salted caramel coated chocolate licorice. Mmm, yummy. But this shit is... Some people would call it nasty. I don't blame them. I love it because it's so salty. And when it comes to decks, I have even more Vanguard decks than this Pikachu box. I bought this once upon a time to get a Pikachu EX. That does exist. Once upon a time you could buy and acquire a Pikachu EX. Quite a funny thing actually. Alright, let's see, what decks do I have in here now again? Oh, now this is a good old classic one. Oh, this takes me back. This must have been like the summer of 2016. Yeah, it was. Or early... No, 2016, yeah. Yeah, it was. Must have been. So this is a bag... This was during the G era of Vanguard. Quite a bit older. I know I have more V era cards than I have some... I've gone over all my D era decks, but I have more V era decks. This is back in the G era, even older deck. I think I'll treat myself with some sushi today. Ooh, that sounds lovely. That does sound really good. We have... This was the... This is so old that you... All the starters... Also, all the cards had less power. And... the fact that... And the starters had an ability known as Forerunner. Which, when you rode upon them, you got to call them to a rearguard circle. And this is when you had grade 4s, which you did stride on too. Although this is from late in the Stride era where you had G Guardians, which were just extra powerful shields. So in a sense, this deck has more cards than more than 50 cards. 16. So this this deck has 66 cards. If we count the G zone in. And the G zone is short for Generation Zone. And I bought 2 copies of this Legend deck in order to get all the cards I really needed. Multiple copies of. Because this is back when decks didn't come with everything you needed. Wingull Youth. Such a cute little doggo. We have Lou. Grade 3 Lou that existed for a while. We have Starhope Trumpeter. This was the first starting Vanguard you got for Royal Paladins in the absolute first trial deck they ever released of Vanguard. Although I think she was named something different than Starhope Trumpeter back then. This is an evolution of that card. Which is quite amazing to see like how they tied it together. Tied together this Royal Paladin deck with the first Royal Paladin trial, the first trial deck ever made, which was the Royal Paladin Blasterblade deck. Because, and they made this in the anime for the return of the main character from the first series that was before G, and he was the one who played the Royal Paladin in the absolute first season, and in the I think also in the manga. And then they evolved a lot of the cards and improved them and stuff. Really fun tied together, especially because G was in the exact same universe as the original, but quite a few years later, basically. But yeah, it was a very fun one. Although the timeline that wasn't fully consistent, and this is a very big tie together to the first heal trigger from that first deck, which I did buy. I actually own that first trial deck. And here we have the evolution of Blasterblade Exceed. Which is quite fun because he got older alongside the main character, Aichi. They improved him a bit. Bedivere. More of Exceed. And out of these 2, I did end up getting a hot stamped Exceed as well, which was quite rare because not all of the Legend decks came with one, so I was lucky to get one. And here we have another of the Lou, grade 2 Lou. Pink Doggo Floggle. This is also tied together to the first crit from that Royal Paladin deck. Although that one was not named Pink Comet Floggle, it was named something different. Or I think it was just named Floggle. Floggle is a very cute card. Very cute pink doggo. We have Margol. I actually really like this because it has a fun ability of you put this draw trigger lets you put it into the soul and draw a card. No, not draw a card. Give plus 3k power to a unit. The Royal Paladin. Here we go, the hot stamped Blasterblade Exceed that I got. This one is worth a little bit of money actually, this card, because this is a somewhat rare card actually. Because it's hot stamped like this, with the golden text right here. And here we go, the blaster blade. This is from the, this one is from the, yeah, these two copies are from the legend deck. As visible by the camera, by the GLD. That stands for G, legend deck, and then 03 for the, because this was the third legend deck they made. And here's the perfect card from this legend deck. I actually had a fun, interesting skill. We have Marin, Wills Evolved, Margot, another cute dog, Arangol. Put in a lot of cute dogs. Here we have one of the really old blaster blades. This is from the first trial deck, as visible here by the TD01. This one is in bad condition because this is before I had sleeves for my deck. But it's just a cool node to see this really old blaster blade. This is one of the OGs. More Flogals. This is another perfect card, although it's a quintet wall if I remember it correctly. Nope, it's just a perfect card, but it's oh yeah, it's paid with a different. Oh yeah, you pay for this perfect card through Soul Blast instead of discarding a card from hand, which is a bit special. Dream Painter does a little bit of a fun one. More Arangol. And then there's a Spire Painter. Like, these are a lot of, and here's my second OG Blaster Blade, because I bought 2 copies of this, the OG trial deck. I mean, I was able to find 2 copies of this OG trial deck at one of the card shops that the card shop I used to play at quite a bit when I played Vanguard. After we swapped from one in Stockholm to another, at that card shop, I was able to find 2 copies of this trial deck, and I bought them both. That's how I got 2 of this original Blaster Blade, because each trial deck only came with 1, which was something. Palamedes. Another Flogal. Floor Paladin Flogal. Also very cute. Flogal is just cute overall. This is one old deck. This is... Yeah, I'm pretty sure this deck is from 2016. Which means it's quite a few years ago. Yeah, it's from quite a few years ago. So like this game has been around for a while. I think the first trial deck came out in like 2012? Somewhere around there. I didn't get into Vanguard until around 2015, 2016. This is another one of the G era decks I have. So wait, let's see. Right now I think we've gone over 200, somewhere between 210, 220 cards. Here we have, this is a mix-up between a trial deck and a deck archetype that I got a lot of cards for putting together. And that archetype is named Musketeers. So we have this Musketeer Elma, another Forerunner. Then we have some these that are from the trial deck. That's visible right here. Wait, this is it's a third G trial deck. Cool. One of the Musketeer G units I have. Oh, I have two copies of her. Or was it him? Oh, it's a her. Celia is the name. Then we have this dragon. I really like this dragon. It has a nice effect, nice and fun effect that is quite strong. Quite good actually. And then some G guards. 7, 10. So this deck is at 60 cards. In other words, basically bringing us to, I'd guess, 280 cards in total. And so far this is only Vanguard. So yeah, there's quite a few cards. Oh yeah, this is one of the Musketeers from the Legion Mate era. No, this is from the... Wait, let's see what's... It is... It says BT... Wait, let's see. Yeah, BT 17. So Legion Mate era. Which is with these swords, you have a grade 3 and a grade 2 that you put together, connecting up the swords, and you have the Legion Mate, and they will always be at, as a Legion, at 20k. Quite an interesting mechanic actually. Then you have the crit. Yeah, special boost type unit. Flip set. There's so much good art in Vanguard, honestly. And I like that the big majority of the card is just straight up the artwork itself. Over quite a few other card games. Oh yeah, the Stride Fathers. A grade 1 that you could discard in order to do the Generation Stride, and this counted as discarding a grade 3 for the Generation Stride. Because otherwise you had to discard 3 grade 1s, 1 grade 1, grade 2, or a grade 3. But with these you just needed to discard this instead of any of the other combinations. Which is honestly quite something. Another critical trigger, a heal. Oh yeah, that hair is pretty actually. Then we have Asha, which is the main card from the trial deck, and also one of the 3 main characters from the G anime seasons, Tokuha Anjo. This was her boss card, and it kept evolving alongside the series. It kept evolving alongside her in the series. It's actually really fun to do. It's a really good design for them to do, honestly. And then we have a perfect guard. Or was it a Quintet Wall? Nope, this is a normal. No, it's just a perfect guard. Although it does have a second ability that was pretty nice actually. And here we have the heal trigger from the trial deck. It's a dragon. Flower dragon. Oh, if they're like flower themed. Stridefather again. We have the Musketeer. Grade 3. Another one of the Musketeers. This is actually a pretty solid card if I remember it correctly from when I played this deck a bit. Another one of the Stridefighters also. Fun fact. Same unit. Same unit as on the playmat. Although not the exact same card, because this one is named Valkyrie of Reclamation Padmini. And this one is named... Oh, it's named the same thing, what the hell? But this playmat is from the V era. This is from the G era. So they're not of the same era. But otherwise, exact same card. That's actually kind of cool. that is actually cool and fun. Same card, same unit. That was unexpected. Musketeer. Lipset again. What was her name? Rachel? Rachel maybe? I don't know. Yeah, this Stridefather again. Oh yeah, this fun. No, she's from the trial deck. No? No, she's not. She's from the booster set. She's from a booster set. She's from the... Yeah, extra booster set 2 from the G era. Because that's what EB stands for. Because B stands for booster. EB, extra booster. Actually pretty cool. Then we have this one. We have Umbra. I think we've gone through all of them now. Yeah, another Padmini. Padmini is cute. Oh yeah, I ran a few multiples of this exact one for some ability reason. Another one of the Asha. Because back here you only got 2 of the main grade 3 of the trial deck in each trial deck you bought. You didn't get 4 copies of them. Making it that you kinda need to buy 2 copies in order to get everything. Which isn't the best design, honestly. Yeah, we have this one as well, Tessa. Lipset. Oh yeah, this is actually a really pretty one. Rosella? Oh, Rosalia. Actually pretty art. Another one of the Faraday Dragon. Perfect card. Oh yeah, we have this one as well. From the trial deck. As this is just a giant mashup. Pretty fun and somewhat consistent deck actually. This sword is really cool with that. The sword effect there. Yeah, this is the glittery version of Gladiolus. I have quite a few. And the draw, yeah, the draw trigger. Marinetta? Is that the name? Yeah, Marinetta. Okay, so we're up to 280 cards total so far. I should be writing this down somewhere. Oh, another one of these. Also, feel free to let me know if you want to know something more about these cards, or if you have any like fun experiences with like TCGs. This is fun to know when it comes to TCGs. This is one of the funny. This is another one of the cooler. This is a somewhat cool deck archetype, the Gear Chronicles, with their time leap. Actually pretty unique and cool ability. This is the third? I think this is the third trial deck for the Gear Chronicles. Or it's the second, I don't remember. Where Chronodran G. Chronodran is a very cute card. We have Chrono Tiger Rebellion, cool one from GB. No, it's CBO4, so Character Booster 4, I think it stands for. This one is from the Zodiac Time Beast, so this is close to the end. This is the midpoint of. This is around the midpoint of G. Before they went to. Was it next? No. Yeah, it was next and then to C. This is not too far away from the end. There's Honglong. Very funny name. There's this long ass name, Interdimensional Beast, Upheaval Pegasus, and more Honglong. I think I'm saying the name. Metapulse or Honglong, yeah. This is a smaller G zone, only in 6. So this deck is at 56, which would put us, because this would then putting us to 330. The cards. Oh yeah, this deck had a lot of like these hot stamped cards, and I have the Chronoclaw Monkey. Actually a fun name. Monkey. Return to Monkey. And it looks cool with the having the hot stamp. We have this. Okay, this is actually a cute design. Pulsar Tamer Anem. Very cute card. There's this cute little hamster. Chronotherapy hamster. He's adorable. Chrono Volley Rabbit. It's a fun design. I also have a hot stamp of this if I remember it correctly. Oh yeah, then we have Lucky Pot Draco Kid. Also very cute design. Another Chronoclaw Monkey. Then we have Chronofang Tiger G. Yeah, it's a little bit worn out. Trial deck 9 it's from. Yeah, I think this was the third Gear Chronicle trial deck or deck pre-built deck they sold. It's very cute. Very, very cool also with having these hot stamps. And then we have this guy, Ripple Circuit Dragon. Very cool design. Ah, yeah, and here we have the Chrono Volley Rabbit that's hot stamped. Ah, yeah, there's this cute Vainglory Dream Gear Cat. I guess you would like this one, wouldn't you, Misu? This design. Yeah, this is definitely the design Misu would like, because it's a cat. Maybe you'd also like it. Assume if you with cats and all. It's a very cute cat. Although it's a gear cat. Wait, it's a gear beast, yeah. They're very cute. I forgot that this deck has quite a few cute cards. There's also Chronojet Dragon G, where the funny thing is the main character that the story revolves around in the G anime is named Chrono, and there are people that are teasing him with it's Chrono Dragon, whatever it was. Yeah, poor Chrono getting teased a bit for having the same name as his unit, as the unit of his deck. Oh yeah, then there's this Pulsar Nibble Rat. Actually pretty cute. Nibbling away at that cheese. And then we have the Chronojet Dragon G Hot Stamp. Ah yeah, the Iron Fist Sanction Colossus. A special intercept, but it required you to have a generation break one to be able to use it. Ah yeah, Chrono Dash Peccary. Back in an era when you actually did use quite a where you actually... It wasn't uncommon to use these vanilla cards as they're called. Just grade, more power because no effect. Actually wasn't too uncommon to see this being used back here in this era. Not nowadays, basically all cards have an effect. And then we have this Pulsar Replenish... What? Total? Just a big snack. Eh, big snack. We have the dragon again. The Draco Kid again. Yeah, I'm running like 4 of them. Oh yeah, then there's the Chrono Timer Leghorn. I actually have quite a few hot stamps here. More than I expected, honestly. Steam Maiden. It's pretty nice design. Steam Maiden Muti. A little bit of a cat girl design going on. It's a pretty cute card. Keep forgetting how many good, how much good art there is in Vanguard. And the fact that they have quite a few cute cards. I like Pulsar Tamer Mara. We have Chronospin Serpent, another vanilla card. Oh yeah, this guy. Pulsar Valve Laser Dragon. He'll be firing his lasers. Leghorn again. Draco Kid. Chronofang Tiger G again. We have Chronospin Serpent. Chrono Charge Unicorn, this fun little guy. I have 346 cards we're at right now. Chronojet Dragon G. The monkey again. There's Steam Breath Dragon. We have Hamster. Peccary. Ah yeah, her. Pulsar Tamer Manish. Actually a really nice design. There's so many good designs and outfits and everything in this game. Chronojet Dragon G again. Really nice card. Pulsar Bling Hawk. Pretty cool. Peccary. And Unicorn again. I know I have some more. I have a very food themed Vanguard deck as well. Not food themed, chocolate themed. It's a very fun one.
Gotta focus on yourself, on your faith, on your dreams, on your mind, on your health, yeah. You gotta work, never tell, keep your head down, find what you love and excel, yeah. Push and pull and repel any hate, go create what you want, feel compelled, yeah. And once you finally get a taste of the
I
race,
think I have it in this box. Yeah, I have it in here. These are two more, I know for a fact these are two more Viera Vanguard decks. Not exactly too sure what exactly this is. Oh, I know what deck that is now. That is a very fun one. That's a pretty fun one as well. With really good, with really nice design actually. And here is my my legendary Pokemon deck that says fuck off to all Pokemon EX, almost all Pokemon EX actually. Great deck, great deck. Well, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break.
Finding your right state of mind. It's all about turning the worst into fine. It's all about time and the work and the climb. From the thirst we will rise. I'm immersed in this life. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth. Just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth. Just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth. Just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth. Just focus on yourself first. I don't believe in destiny. I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies. They're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy. You gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me. You ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know. Better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes. Call me aggressive with my flow. Call me offensive even though Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight for what I love. Still gonna die for what I love. Still gonna try, I won't give up. Still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left. And I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win. I won't stop till the end, no. Destiny, 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 destiny. I've been through some injuries, mentally and physically. Studied them religiously, so I don't repeat history. And people won't admit to me, they don't want a victory. Bad enough to get a C, they'd rather just go leave it be. And this journey I've been on since 13. Working hard and learning, never stopping searching. Yeah, it's burning, all this passion hurts me. I took action working, writing down these words. No, I'm not okay, I just wanna be something. I don't wanna be nothing, living all alone. No, I'm not alright, I'm just barely getting by. But I'll tell
In and back. Now let's see. Now let's see where we're at. Hey, we're gonna go into this. The box. From the Pokemon set Astral Radiance. It's very cool, nice looking box. And it's a very handy, very handy storage box for cards. Okay, we're gonna go Swedish for 5 minutes. This is gonna be something. Well, this will sure be an experience when it comes to TCGs, mixing Swedish and stuff that's in English. Ska vi se det här går då. Okay, come it. Yeah, nice. Fick ut hela leken. Nu så är vi bara på 336 kort. Du älskar svenska köttbullar, va? Men har du ätit hemmagjorda? Eller är det bara Ikeas? Den här leken är lite speciell med att det är att inte nog med force gifts, force gåvorna. Det är även massa tokens. Så den här leken har rätt många kort faktiskt. Nej, jag har inte ens räknat igenom. Men nu ska vi se. Jo, det är 336. Plus där. 336. Förmodligen så skulle jag gissa på att vi är på 345 då, om jag räknar med force-gåvorna. Så då är det 345 plus 18, 355, 363. Men den här, det här kortet, Aussie. Väldigt gullig liten starter. Ja, grad 0 från Neonectar leken från VR:n. Jag tror det är 12. Kan du fokusera kameran? Nej, ja, 12. Sen har man ju liksom de här pantorna. De är väldigt gulliga. Sen finns det de här. Och så har man en specialare i form av den här lilla saken. Som rakt av kopierar min Vanguard som kopierar allting liksom. Styrkan och skadan. Så den blir rakt av liksom min Vanguard. I princip. Så min Vanguard slår hårt för mycket skada. Den här slår lika hårt för lika mycket skada. Och så kör man bara Force 1 för man vill ha mycket mer mycket högre nummer, för då blir det svårare att blocka. Så kommer vi till den här. här lilla saken. Väldigt gulligt så här, färgschema. Färgerna är väldigt gulliga. Jag gillar min rosa. Men också effekterna är väldigt nice i och med att den rakt av kombineras med den här. För den här kan inte få boost, få power från en som är bakom den i samma rad. Men kolumn, men den här effekt. Sushi Game. Ooh, nice. Den här effekten för den här gör att den här får extra stora nummer. Får större nummer. Så väldigt bra kort faktiskt. Ja, den här kommer tillbaka hos min ny design. Firelight Dragon. Glittrig. Och just att det inte är det bästa i rummet just nu. Och det kan jag fixa. Så, nu är det lite bättre ljus. Så vi har... Okay, nice. Timer's up. Translating and speaking some TCG stuff in Swedish, not very easy. Hope it's some good sushi there, Sumi. That was a made of iceberg. Very badass design, actually. Very nice. There's a cool dress with the roses and everything. Ah, yes, the draw trigger perfect guard. Rain. Actually, really very cute design. Cute dress. There's like flower petals, I think it is, in around there. Very and a pretty nice design. Ah, yeah. Made of Sweetberry, very fun booster to have behind the Vanguard. Because she will boost for 13k. The more power, the better. When you're asking a DP player, that's straight up what it is. The more power, the better. We have Ale, Ale, Manor Flame Ale. It's very nice. This deck has a fun meme build that is straight up pure crit. And my DP deck literally out-critted that build of this deck. Although this one is quite crit heavy. Focusing on crit, getting a lot of crits to try to nuke the opponent, but my DP just says, no, I nuke harder. A Blossoming Maiden Stella. A pretty nice card, very cute color scheme. Draw trigger. The standard draw trigger that isn't a perfect card. Marcella. And then there's just a lot of repeats, a lot of duplicates. Because that's typically how you do build a deck in most TCGs. You do have duplicates of the most useful cards. All it varies from game to game because some limit you to only having 3 cards. 3 copies of the same card. Some limit you to 4 copies of the same card. We have Diane here. Very cute. There's a somewhat big sword. Ah, yeah, made out of blue lace. Very cute outfit. Very good for getting more plant tokens out using the effect of Asha. Ah, yes, here we go. A Runeckless Flower Maiden Asha. She's very good. Her ability is to get out the Asha's flower tokens, and when you have them out on the field, they literally copy her. So if she sits at 53k power, a 2 crit, so does the flower tokens. Her specific flower tokens. Which, yeah, you can attack like 3 times for big numbers and big damage. And that is why you literally typically build this deck very crit heavy. Because that's the win con. And this is a very cute critical trigger. Chestnut bullet. It's an Engi ball. Pain. Also, it's been a while since I actually had some proper meatballs, even though I live here. And I don't live too far away from an IKEA, so I can somewhat easily get some from there. But then again, I can easily go. I could also go to a normal food store and buy better quality meatballs, or I could literally buy what I need to make them from scratch as well. So I don't really have a need to go to IKEA, for example, for them. And here's my shiny, the glittery Asha. Asha is one of the units that got a very sexualized design, but still, it's a very nice design. I've gone through all the cards in this deck so far. I guess so. I think I have 4 copies of Asha in this deck. Yeah, I do. What were we at? 363 plus 50. That is 416. 416 cards. That's quite a few. And it's still only Vanguard cards. And this is only through the decks alone. So yeah, there's definitely quite a few cards. Up you go, up you go. And here we have the very cute chocolate themed deck with the mermaids. I said 416 cards. I should write that down somewhere. Okay, we go. So with each you got an extra starter. With each copy of this trial deck you bought, I bought 2 of this one. So we have Karo, one of the extra ones I got. We have Sonata. And then the one that comes with the trial deck, Pure Glitter Alice, and I was lucky enough to get the glittery version of Alice in one of the 2 I bought. Then I have some force gifts, 2 specific of Lislot, the main one in this deck, and once she was released, she proved to be so broken they had to limit you so you couldn't combine Lislot with another deck archetype inside of Bermuda Triangle because that was too broken and overpowered. So you had to choose Lislot or the other version, the other card for that deck archetype. And this deck I basically only go force 2 with. because there is no reason to go force 1. Alright, so we add 9 to 416, 425. Then we have the actual deck itself. Where we have the trigger, direct sign Persh. This is like, yeah, this is very like focused on like idol, like Bermuda Triangle is an idol-ish mermaid clan, and then there's this specific deck is very focused around chocolate and like, and a bit of Valentine's Day, I guess, in the sense of combined with that chocolate, which is why you have so many designs like this, and also a lot of almost every card in this deck is has a very cute design. I don't know why why 3 of the 4 Sentinels there is stacked like that. And then some have fun names like Handmaid Lover Elena. One of the funniest names ever. Anybody like Lati? This is a very fun name. And here we go. Choco Loveheart Liselot. And the thing that made her so broken is her ability here, the hand ability. No, it's not the hand ability, it's actually the other one. But the hand ability is really good. It can be called as a grade 1. Which is, you can get a grade 2 out on your grade 1 turn. Good for when you're going second and you get to attack on your grade 1 turn. Actually that's really good for that. But it's also good combined with the auto, because you can get a grade 3 out on your grade 1 turn where you get to attack. So when your opponent is sitting at 8k power, you can literally swing at them with 13k power, which is stupid. And the ability is when placed, look at the top card of your deck, and call it to rear guard or put it into your soul. This ability can only be used by a card with the same card name once a turn. Which is that it's a really strong ability. They limited you so you couldn't call down 2 Liselot at the same turn. Use it. And then I have a two glittery Liselot as well, if I remember it correctly. Very good card. Then we have Lover Hope Rina. Like this deck is just full of cute designs. And the boss card of the deck, you could say. Full appeal Farlel. Really strong, grade 3 actually. Because she will casually sit at 18k on your turn, as long as you have called a rear guard this turn. And then her act ability is counter +1, this unit gets +15k until end of turn. And if you have 5 rear guards, draw a card, which is just really strong. And also, oh yeah, when they released this trial deck, people went out and bought this, played it in tournaments, and won with it. So people had spent like over €100 or something on their deck to get it built, and then people just came in with a deck that they paid €18 for and beat the €100 decks. That's the stupidity of this deck. When it was released. And it was mainly due to Liselot. Then we have Persh again. Although I've upgraded this a bit, so it's not pure trial deck. And we have Equable Career. the Equable Career Spiana. It's actually pretty good. Can give you a card back. Then you have Aurora here. Somewhat solid card. Inastos is a fun grade 2 because if she's behind a grade 3, she can boost, whilst a grade 2 can normally not boost. Making her a bit of a special one, so you can have a 10k booster instead of an 8k booster. Lati again, with one name, then we have a Sella. No, Amy. Amy, that's her name. Curious School player Amy. Who literally gets a 15k power boost if you have 5 rear guards when she's attacking a vanguard until end of that battle. So she will swing at them for 28k. All by herself as long as you have 5 rear guards. Which is pretty stupid. And that's a vanguard and rear guard ability. Anybody like Lati? And that is also why, like, this deck, you basically only go Force 2 because you don't need the power, you just need the extra damage. Farlal again. Strasico is good in the sense of she's a 10k shield, and if she's behind a grade 3, she can intercept from the back row, whilst normally intercepting is only grade 2s for grade 2s, and it can only be done from the front row, but she can do it from back row. Hey, Nasta can also intercept from the back row, but her shield is not as strong. Eleanor. And here's my shiny Farlal. This is just a fun deck to play in the V era, because it was so good, even though it was just basically just a trial deck. Then we have Irma. Irma. Actually, one of my favorite designs from this deck. I just like it. Very stylistic, very idol themed. Lieslot. She actually has a really great design. Ah yeah, then we have NS. A fun one. Because on the turn you place her. You can counterblast, soul blast 1, and she will get 5 plus 5k power until end of turn. And if I call another rear guard this turn, I get to draw a card. So quite good, quite useful. Oh, I had 2 shiny Aurora. I didn't know that. Yeah, 2 shiny Farlals. Spiana, Inasta, Persh. Yeah, Lily is her name. A lot of actually fun. Yeah, there's my shiny Ennis. Actually a lot of fun, like card designs, and this deck is just fun stupidity. Not the easiest to get everything out of this box. This is a old deck that I mixed up with a few G era cards. For example, this starter. Then we have this big forgot a Bermuda card. And we have this guy, Fenrir. This is a generation rare, so it's a pretty rare card, high value. Very, very nice design. And on the rest of the deck itself. We have this. Senri, we have Cumin, or as I like to call her, Emmy, from a. It's a bit. Started as a bit of a joke from one of the characters in the original anime, and it just stuck to me. And Emmy is the sister of the main character from the first 4 seasons, Aichi. Which is also pretty fun. We have this fun Special Interceptor, Battle Maiden. Wait, Shitatoru Hime? Yeah, Shitatoru Hime. Detect Angel, pretty fun card. Nice abilities, Special Effect Revelation. Mythgard, Markup? Yeah, Markup. Shitatoru Hime. Existence Angel. Heal. Warrior? I think her name was. It's a little bit hard to read at times. Sohime. This was the Battle Maiden trial deck, which was trial deck 13. Jupiter, Multitask Angel, and there are some cards from, for example, BT11. Oxessia, Battle Maiden, Kurihime, Witch of Esther Star. This is one of the Legion cards. Let's put her there for now. Till I find the other. Ice Crest Goddess Svava. Very nice design. Here we have another Fenrir, and he is a double rare. Just a common markup. Battle Maiden Miso is like a pretty good, strong card from this errand. This is from the Link Joker season, which was the Break Ride season as well. Here we go. Witch of Pure Star Anis, which in these two do become a Legion like that. You can see that how the art lines up and everything. This is a pretty cool mechanic. That's pretty cool. And it says here, Witch of Esther Star. Which is actually a pretty cool thing to see. Oh yeah, this is a T-Break Angel, a very nice design. Oh yeah, this design that I really like. Goddess of Fruition, Carpo. I like her design a lot, this is very nice. It's a pretty, somewhat fancy looking design. And some nice glasses. We have Spark Cockerel? A burb. Is a burb. Therefore its name has to be Dave. Shitatoru Hime. Patrol Guardian. Pretty cute little robot. Ah, yes. Her Tatsuta Hime. This is a very nice design. With a cool weapon. And here we have the boss card of the deck itself. Regalia of Wisdom Angelica. Look at that design. It's really good. It's a very nice design. Yeah, and a lot of different stuff. Trilic 13. Shitatoru Hime. Accessia. Also, you can tell apart these different generations is that starting in the G era, you got a like nation flag sort of, or like, yeah, I think that's the best way to describe it. So different clans have different colors under here, and depending on the color, they are part of different nations, or yeah. So that's how you know if a card is pre-G, if it doesn't have the flag. Because it was a little bit of a story element in the G, and I think that's the whole big reason why behind it. And then from there on it's stuck, and in V it's the same. I think they still have them there, and it's the same flags from G, but in Overdress, the D format, they don't. They changed it into 5 nations. Technically 6 nations. Because Bermuda Triangle decided to be their own thing and live on a giant white flying whale. And they are named Lyrical Monasterio. They're off being their own things with their own being idols and stuff. Pretty fun. Interesting. So Hime again. Kumin. Anis. Oh yeah, this Drip Witch Rosemary. This is a very lovely design. Very nice hat. Very nice witch hat. Carpo. Sendri. Oh yeah, this is fun. Ringing Rabbit. This is a fun, cute card. Dancing little rabbit. Battle Maiden Asusa. Big gun. Don't mess with her, she got the big gun. Kumin. Oh yeah, Goddess of Transitory Avanami. I don't remember every card I have in all of my decks. I only really know 2 decks. And it's the main decks I play. Outside of that, it's hard to remember all of them. Especially when there's this many. Oh yeah, that's up to this deck. Transport Harpy. Very fancy outfit, also nice briefcase. The draw trigger. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. Well, that almost ended badly.
Just to fall asleep. think I'm in too deep, yeah. I just need to fall asleep.
Right, let's see what. Think I remember what I put in here, but I'm not too sure. Ah, it's one of my Pokemon decks. Which of this that I bought a long time ago. This is from. This is a deck. It's not tournament legal at all. It's just a fun deck you can play with friends. It's a World Championships deck from 2014. I don't remember if this was the deck that won that year or not. But this is a very... I mean, normally an EX card would be very shiny and all. And I would never store an EX Pokemon card outside of a sleeve. And also because this is also the signature of the player the one who played this deck. This is a very good deck actually. This is a very solid deck. And also a Pokemon card normally has the yellow border over the silver one here. Like this is some real old cards. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. This is from 2014. Yeah, it was just oh yeah, this was back in the beginning, earlier days of XY and late days of Black and White. So Black and White, quite a few Black and White, especially Team Plasma Black and White cards were still in rotation for standard format. One of my favorite Pokemon cards made actually, from a gameplay standpoint. A really logical one. Team Plasma Ball. Yeah, these are some old cards. Oh, but nice. That's for damn sure. This is a nasty card. Yeah, I remember the days of Hypnotoxic Laser. Real nasty. Make your opponent sack the Pokemon poison, and then you flip a coin if you get heads. They're also sleep. Switch was a good card for getting rid of sleep. Yeah, then there was these spec gear cards. You can only have one of these in a deck. Yep. This is really good. Skyla is actually a pretty solid card with what it does. Let's just search your deck for a trainer card, reveal it, and put it into your hand, and shuffle your deck afterwards. A lot of special energies in this deck. Startling Megaphone. Hustle Band, Ultra Ball, Sycamore. Has some good uses, but not something I am a big fan of using, because I would throw away a lot of useful cards. Yeah, and a pretty solid card once upon a time. Colorless Machine was a good one. Searching your deck for up to 1 Team Plasma Pokemon. No, Team... Oh yeah, for Plasma Energy. And attach it to one of your Plasma Pokemon. That is why there's basically only Plasma Pokemon in this deck. Because you won't have synergy. Yeah, Colress was a good card as well. But like when you compare a Pokemon card to a Vanguard card, there is way more art covering the card in Vanguard than Pokemon. That is one thing I do prefer a lot. Oh yeah, Tropical Beach was fun. Stadium card. Yeah, that's the entire part of this deck. Actually a very solid deck if you think about it from a gameplay perspective. Probably gonna go through. Alright, now let's do the other Pokemon deck I have in here. This is a very fun one. But I'm gonna go over cards a bit more quickly, I think, to just going over them so it doesn't take way too much forever. But this is one deck I love playing. Sadly, it's a product of its age, of its era. It's barely viable today. But it's a fun deck from this time period. Because you have this, you have a Revive. Yeah, I have it in here to help me be able to keep on using my Regice. We have a Froakie, and I have 4 double colorless energies, which is as many as I'm allowed to have in the deck. And almost all double colorless energy cards I actually own are in this deck. Everything in this is built around setting up and getting the Regice running. Because that's the entire focus of this deck. We have the Max Elixir to let me power up and get a basic energy card onto a Regice or another very useful thing early. Then we have 1 EX. I have a few EX in this, but this is an EX counter deck, and I mean some are pretty useful and handy to have. Mainly for the ability, for the attacks. Also this Glaceon, it's pretty cute. The Reborn's next turn prevent all emissions to this Pokemon by attacks from evolution Pokemon. Oh yeah, that's why I have it. Because this Crystal Ray is very similar to the Regice ability, or Regice attack. But the Regice is prevent everything. Oh, this is only prevent all damage. The Regice is way better overall. But it's still a really good thing to have. Another Froakie. Pokemon catchers that can force out a specific Pokemon from my opponent's bench. It's a really solid card. Of course, you gotta have your energies. We have the Greninja, which is really good. Very solid card actually. The Moonlight Slash specifically. You return a water energy card attack from this Pokemon to your hand. If you do this attack, does 20 more damage. Really solid. Really useful. Definitely a card I've enjoyed using a bit here and there. Although I've not used it a lot when playing. Since the main card I've been using is this Regice, like one of these Regice. Of course, this is not my only copy, because that would be silly. So we have Ice Beam, where you can flip a coin if heads, the opponent's active Pokemon is now paralyzed. Or and then there's the main reason I have him. I have Regice, the Resistance Blizzard. You deal 70 damage during your opponent's next turn. Prevent all effects of attacks, including damage done to this Pokemon by Pokemon EX. Which is back in this era when almost everyone was obsessed and was using an EX. When people were, almost everyone was using EX Pokemons. This sure was one big fuck you to that playstyle. This card. And this is what I built this entire deck around. We have a Delinquent. Discard any stadium card. In play if you do your opponent discard trigger. This card is really good, and I learned how useful it can be when I was playing a pre-release tournament in Pokemon. I don't remember which set it was exactly for. This Regice is from Ancient Origins. Oh wait, it was it was the pre-release tournament for this card. This exact card. Or this set, Breakpoint. Where I was playing, and overall I ended up second place in that entire tournament. I didn't even have a EX Pokemon at all that I was using. I was just using random shit I found and the free trainer cards I got. The pre-release tournaments back then, at least, were you were running a smaller deck. It wasn't 60 cards, it was 40, I believe. And I was running this Delinquent, and I was playing again a match, and the only reason I won that match was because of this exact card. And that match that I won with this card was against the person who placed first place. Because by playing this, I forced him to discard the card he would have needed to win. Basically giving me the victory. So it was a real fun one. And then the Greninja again. I have a Greninja break in this deck as well. More double colorless energy. More energies. One of the prettiest double colorless energy cards I have. It's from the Heart Gold Soul Silver set. Really pretty. This looks so good. It's far from the best condition, but so nice looking. Misty's Determination. This may look like a card from the base set, like the OG Pokemon sets, back from the 90s when Pokemon was very, very new. But this symbol means that it's from the Evolution set, where all cards were designed after the original sets, like base set and base set 2, and like the absolute first few sets. They designed all cards after them. It's a really cool piece of history. Of course, a very much more modern energy card. And this is old this is an old card. It's actually in pretty good condition considering it's like 20 plus years old. Just a basic energy card. It's nothing special. A nest ball. Somewhat recent card. Overall, I haven't really touched this since I last played this. Pretty regularly. Of course, another Regice. Another switch from Evolution set. I also don't think that in the OG sets they had the reverse hollows like this. Splash energy and special water energy. That's something I don't really know in my head. Good old switch. A Skyla. And you can also only play one supporter per turn. You can only play one supporter per turn. So, making it that you would need to think it through when you're using Skyla to know if it's really what you want or not. More splash energy. More Greninja. Cape of Toughness. Basic one is... Ah! Okay, yeah, now I see why I put it in here. Frogadier. Sadly I only have one copy of Frogadier here. So, no, I think I do. I don't remember how I got that to work. Shauna. Pretty fun. Very good solid card. Super scoop up. Especially useful to make sure that for example, one of my Regice don't get killed. Because I can just put it back up to my hand and then all damage is removed. And all cards is attached to him. And my reverse hollow Regice. And as you can see by that star, it's a rare card. So it's not a very expensive card or hard to get card. Because like EX and stuff, they are much harder to come by. Energy retrieval. Really solid card, lets you reuse energies that are in the discard pile. Skyla. Lily also a pretty useful card. Special charge. Oh yeah, that's recycling. Yeah, recycling special energies. That's why I have it. Reverse Ticket, one of the funnier cards in this deck because it's flip coin if heads. Search your deck for a card, shuffle your deck, and then put that card on top of it. So I can put one specific card I want from my deck if I get heads on the top of my deck, and my opponent won't even know what card it is. Real solid. Professor's Letter, really good for getting more energies to hand. Oh yeah, I had 4 Regice. Nice. Pokemon Catcher again. Rough Seas, really good stadium card for water and electric types. And since this is a water type deck, really useful. Timer Ball, another nice card. Because I can search for an evolution. If I get that by flipping a coin. More Max Elixir. And more Frogadiers. Oh yeah, it was that I didn't have a lot of Froakies, that's it. Another Heart Gold, Soul Silver, double colorless energy. Really, really good card. Especially for something like this Regice that requires 3 energies to get to use the good attack, and one has to be water. Then you just need these 2 energy cards and boom, you're in business. And here we have it, the Greninja Break. Oh. Very nice looking card. Giant Water Shuriken, good ability. Once during your turn before your attack, if this Pokemon is a active Pokemon, you may discard a water energy card from your hand. If you do, put 6 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. So basically, I can use this ability to nuke something, because 6 damage counters equals 60 damage. So I can straight up use that to nuke something. My opponent is keeping a damaged Pokemon on their bench. I can use that to nuke it if 60 damage will kill it. Real solid. Manaphy EX, another one of the few EX I'm running, and it's due to Aqua Tube. Each of your Pokemon that has any water energy attached to it has no retreat cost. Basically meaning I can retreat them for free, without having to spend energy cards, because that's what the retreat cost normally means. Then we have Ash Greninja EX, a promo card. Really nice. Pretty solid choice, play. And then we have more energies. A good old classic Fighting Fear Belt, which makes it so that the basic Pokemons get... So my basic Pokemon get more HP and more damage. So my Regice would be at 160 HP, hitting for 80 instead of 70, and yeah. It's just good for the gameplay, especially to make this deck more, or make this deck hit even harder. But yeah, this deck, it shows its age, especially today. So far, when it comes to cards that have been gone through, oh, that was a close call. Phone almost fell. That wasn't good. Let's see. That would be a total of, so far, 646 cards. That's a lot of cards. That's for sure a lot of cards in total. And that's only through decks. And I'm not even done with all my decks. There's a lot of cards. This isn't really a TCG, but this is from Breakpoint. And it's visible that this box is old. Yeah, this is purely dedicated to Star Realms with spare sleeves. This in of itself is, I think, 280 cards, if not more. So yeah, this is a lot of cards. I think it's 280. I could be wrong. continuing on the journey of like decks. I would say that next up is yeah, this is a Vanguard box, but this is Weiss Schwarz. A very fun, extreme RNG game where you can beat people who have properly built a deck. You can beat them with just straight up a trial deck. This is also made by Bushiroad. I'll show what the background of the cards look like. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation. It's supposed to be in German. Weiss Schwarz. But it's fun, and this is one of the trial decks. This is one of the decks I have. This is a pure trial deck from Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai. These are straight up anime. These decks are straight up anime from the anime itself. All the characters, all the cards are based on the anime characters. The abilities, they designed them to fit and work around the anime itself. Like there's a lot of anime out there for in Weiss Schwarz. A lot of different ones to pick. Some are even, I think there were a few game ones as well, based on games. This is my first Weiss deck, and it's actually a lot of fun. It's a pretty solid deck for being a trial deck. And this is a fun game just due to all of the pure RNG in it. And the art on these cards are straight up from the anime. Or like straight up moments and scenes and stuff from the anime. The animes themselves. Which does make it pretty special. Like this misunderstanding. Which I think most people will recognize where it's from. And if I remember correctly, each Weiss deck is also 50 cards. Just like a Vanguard deck. I'm just gonna check. Too late. Yeah, 50 cards.
I don't know where she came from, but goddamn, I wanna say some. She a dime, wanna make her mine.
Straight up 50 cards. And since I have 3 decks, that's at least 150 cards. Plus the I don't know how many extra cards I now have. I have a lot. But like it's a lot of fun, like having these like anime decks. This has got like climax card as well. This card style in this game, if I remember it correctly. It's pretty hard to see, but it says Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai there. Another one of these. Yeah, it's climax. It's a climax card. Another design of them. Or another design of the climax cards in this deck. think this is the last one. I also think that there's 8 climax cards in total in a voice deck. That's the amount you're allowed to have. Yeah, my name is Shoko Makinohara. It's a lot of fun, like singers, and also like these text boxes are literally all of the effects and stuff. Brainstorm is a specific style of effect, so on. It's a little bit hard going in on every detail on this, but like it's a lot of fun, and also it works differently with how you win, a bit differently from Vanguard, but yeah. The mechanics of voice are unique. A lot of fun to play, but they are unique. Especially with all of these cards. And then there's this glittery. Yeah, this is quite fun. This is I don't know, but I don't know if this is my favorite or if it actually is, if it's Vanguard that is, but like it's one of these two. Because what I love with this is just this pure like RNG. Like there is skill involved and all, but there is also quite a bit of RNG. Yeah, there's definitely some fun ones. Also, I would have guessed that it would take take this long to go through cards. Yeah, this is a Vanguard box, but like it's one of the few boxes I have. This is from the Aichi Legend deck. And I have these two boxes, which are both from like which are both from one of my all-time favorite anime. These decks are from that. So I bought 2 trial decks from this and 1 booster box, and that's what I've built these decks around. And these are spare. Yeah, of course it's Bolpuri. For those who didn't know that, wouldn't know that. Oh, come on. Focus. Yeah, it says Bolpuri. I don't like to get hurt, so I'll max my defense there. But like, there are. It's Bolpuri is just amazing. And this is some spares I have for the 2 different decks. This is for my green-red deck. Of course I have some Sally spares. Some spare me. In case I want to use them in the deck. Some more Maple Unique series. And like it's so amazing to see all these moments from season 1 of Bolpuri on these cards. I just like it. It's fun. Chromu. Yeah, fun one. 12. Even more Maple. And there are some real funny like moments with like Maple and stuff from the anime in this deck on the cards, and I love it. No damage Maple. Classic. Then we're with the Hydra Maple. Another classic. 14, 17. Another me. Entrusted lives me. Ah yeah, this is when she was. I think this is from the big guild event in season 1 when in the end. I think that's where this is from. When when me is facing off against Maple. 18. Didn't go very well for me. Ah, yeah, then there's these. There's Assertive Yui. Just fun, cute, fun. Mai and Yui are funny characters. Warrior Mai. That's 5, 18. 23. Then you have a fun Bully. The one. Maple is a very fun character. Can't fall. 2 of the guess it's grade 3. Yeah, the grade 3 that you get from the trial deck. Replica of the Dark Knight Maple. That's 26, and then you have a non-stressful adventure fun climax card with that of Sally and Maple. That's 28, so another 28 cards to that. And then the actual deck itself, which is this deck is a lot of fun to play. There's this. When in trouble, eating could be a solution. Maple and her Devours. Such a fun character. Stout Guardian Maple. Not exactly sure exactly when in the season this is from. Oh, it's from the boss fight with the big burb. We have Misery. Yeah, this is also from the big boss fight with Maple, end of season 1. Collecting medals, Maple. Yeah, when they're in the ghost area and Sally is scared. Oh, this anime. Yeah, real scared Sally. I think this is in the second event when Sally goes ham on a murdering spree. I think that's when it's from. Guildmaster Me. This is another nice card. Yep, here we go, the Maple you get from the trial deck. And here's one of the cards from my favorite combo. You know, but you serve to the side till we find the Maple belonging to that combo. This comics card again. Face of the game Maple. Good old classic Maple being the face of the game. There's just so much adorable. This anime has so many adorable moments. New Adventurer Maple. Back from the beginnings when she's eating those ladybugs that explode or whatever it was. Oh yeah, Kazumi. This is around the second event as well. Yep. Yep, the great old moment of Sally being scared kid. Alright, another mystery. Actually very useful. It's just very good skill with a brainstorm. One of my more... Wait, is this the one? Nope, this is not the one. I have a fancier version of this card in this deck. And each trial deck you bought, you got one hollow shiny card like this. So that's why I have two. Because I bought two. More Kazumi. A multicolored bloom. More Guildmaster me. Then we have this good old classic Atrocity Maple. When they revealed this, it was fun. It was a good fun moment. When they did reveal it. Sure did love this. It's this moment of atrocity. And then we have another great moment. Maple devouring a boss monster in her atrocity form. Oh, she showed it off to the guild. Super Speed Sally, this is second event. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Saint Misery. Yeah, quite a... Ah yeah, and then we have Guardian Angel Maple. This anime. This is why I love Wise, honestly. You just get to recall so many fun moments from from an anime or a game you really like. If they have it. Because you get so many good cards with skills and everything built around the anime and everything. Or like the anime or the game. And then you end up with... And of course, since they use the art from the actual anime or game, you get so many great moments like this. This has. This Climax card again. Marakasumi. Ah, yes, here we go. There we go. Now it's time to talk about the real fun combo that I love in this deck. And it's a stupid combo I've used to bully people with. It's hilarious because it's stupidly strong. So we have this lovely Hibernate and Awaken Maple, who has an assist. So all of your level 3 or higher characters in front of this get plus 2,000 power. When this card is placed in the stage from your hand, you may choose one Awaken Syrup in your waiting room. Waiting room is straight up the discard pile. And put it face up underneath this card as a marker. So I get to take this Awaken Syrup from my discard pile, placing it underneath as a marker. And then I can pay the cost. And when I pay the cost, it's one and put a character from your hand into your waiting room. Choose one Awaken Syrup marker underneath this card and put it on any position of your stage. At the end of your turn, you may put that character face up underneath this card as a marker. So basically, Syrup, when Syrup is the marker, Syrup is in hibernation. So I awaken Syrup, putting a Syrup in front of the Maple. And I have two of this Maple and 2 syrups. The best spot is putting it here between the both maples, because then you get the assist from both maples. So syrup is, instead of at 7k then, at 9k, and with you're basically assisting the syrup with both maples, you get a syrup at 11k. And then syrup's effect. If you have 2 or more other game characters, this card gets +1 level and cannot be chosen by your opponent's effects. And since this deck is pure game characters, yeah, that's always gonna be happening. And then, when this card attacks, this card gets +X power until end of turn. X is equal to the number of other game characters you have times 1000. And typically, I have a total of 4 other game characters out on the field, giving an extra +4k, so 15k. Syrup swings for 15k. And at the end of the turn, I just put Syrup back as a marker underneath the maple, and Syrup is safe. You can't kill the Syrup, then it's just out, in, awaken, hibernation, awaken, hibernation, awaken, hibernation. That combo, I fucking love it. It's so stupid. Oh yeah, climax for me. Guildmaster for Flame Emperors. Oh yeah, this is from the Maple boss fight, when she's trying to kill Maple. Well, it doesn't go her way. More Sally, Kasumi, Sally. Oh yeah, from when Sally showed Maple that place with the drinks and food that she gave the multicolored stuff. It's hilarious. Showdown between guild masters. Ah yes, this legendary epic duel. Oh yeah, look, Yui, Kasumi, this amazing thing, and here's another Maple. Another hibernate and awaken Maple. Yui, Flame Emperor, me. Me has a really cool outfit. 2 faces within me. Here we go. Here we go. This is a fancy card. This is a pretty high rarity card, I think it was, if I remember it correctly. Yeah, CH. No, it is an SR. Right there, SR. So special rare, I think it stands for. So it's worth a little bit of money. We have Assertive Yui, which is fun. And then there's Guildmaster me again. Oh. Oh no, I need to stop my phone. Oh. But yeah, I don't wanna even try and imagine how much money has gone into TCGs over the years, cause that's a lot of money. Then we have the second Bofri deck, which is a blue and yellow, because Wise is divided up into 4 colors for the decks. So you have blue, green, yellow, red. There's Sally, there's more Maple. This is a funny one. Maple is faking skills to fool Frederica. It's more Tranquil Waters Maple. Don't really remember where that's from. Yeah, yes. Casimir from the event. Hex Maple. Oh yeah, that's a fun one. Oh yeah, this is when Maple got Atrocity, if I remember correctly. It's from there. Just fun moments in the anime. Hibernate and Awaken Sally. Sally also has that skill. I said I don't have everything I need to properly start using this, like I would want. I have 2 of the Sally, but I only have 1 Awaken Oboro. And I would like to have 1 more Oboro so I could do some more of this bullshittery. Alright, let's see, 13, 14. With Sword Dance Sally. Experience, I'm not sure. Oh. Okay, that's actually pretty neat. 17 cards. Kuromu. Ah, yeah, this is recently when he got that armor set, I think. Yep, it is. So it's 18. Make this Maple. Makes not Maple, yeah, this is okay. I'm not sure if this is actually a moment in anime or not, but it's cute art. Cute art as Maple. 21. Then there's honestly best character. Best character in both 3. Clearly is. Supportive role is. Also amazing. It's just amazing. Season 2 gave us some real amazing moments. 23 I think I'm at. Especially where it's showing off like how even though she's a crafter, a supportive class, she can do damage. She can inflict pain. I love it. And it's also hilarious how it always scares Kuromu. Especially with her creative use of bombs. Yeah, great character developed. Great character. Oh yeah, this brings me to 27. Passion for crafting is... Unexpected bonus. Ah, yes. Maple eating that. That's a level 3 event. Alright, let's see, that's 29. And then... Quest activated. The quest the pop-up to see if you accept the quest or not. Ah, yes, another great moment. So that's what, like 30? Plus 30? Damn. So far 208. With this, there'll be 208 wise cards. Sure is a lot of cards. It sure is a lot of cards. I might go for skipping, like showing the pure bulk of like all the cards in my collection and go for, after I'm done with all the decks, like go for the like more rare and interesting cards. I guess that's a better method of doing it instead of going through absolutely every single card, cause holy fuck, that's a lot of cards. We have this Focus Sally. This is from... This looks like, yes, the Burb boss fight. Is supportive role is very cool. Oh yeah, it's path to the second level. Ah yeah, it's the first time they went to the second level. Good moment. Twin elder sister Mai. Yeah, Mai and Yui, the funny sisters with their clubs. Bell ready force Mai. Oh yeah, the crystal clubs. Nice moment. Ah yeah, here we go. Chroma again. The Maple Tree Guild building, which is really... I really love it. It looks like a cozy house to live in, honestly. Kasumi. Another one of the guaranteed hollows you get from the trial deck. So you get one of this Kasumi and one of the Maple, if I remember it correctly. Quest activated. I'm using this event because it's actually pretty solid from what I remember. Marble Muffler Sally. Nice card. Oh yeah, it's the climax combo to path to the second level. Mature response is... Yeah, it just is being used, which is amazing. We have Curiosity Maple. Oh yeah, now I remember this moment. Oh, the amazing moment of Maple going into a poisonous ball to travel down someplace faster. And she recommended Sally trying it out if she had poison immunity. And Sally just looked at Maple in disbelief and disgust. Destroyer. Just mind Yui going ham with their clubs or mallets? I don't know what's the best word for that. Counter Maple, oh yeah, the great moment against Pain. When she throws down her shield. This enemies are so good. Supportive role is more Sally, more path to the second level. Oh yeah, Kanade. This is when he, when he accepts to join the guild. Young Genius Kanade. This is Kasumi from the event, if I remember it correctly, yeah. More of Sally. Counter Maple again. Funny to see eyes. Event. Counter. Oh yeah. Winning Formula Maple. Ah yes, when Maple blocks every attack from the giant burb to defend Sally. Ah yes, Spell Stash. Kind of finding the Spell Stash. By completing puzzle. Ah yeah, then there's this Devour Maple from first event. When Maple showed everyone how much of a monster she is. Great moment, great moment. Newbie players, mind Yui. Yeah. Oh yeah, from one of the moments they went to the beach. Sadie. Twin Elder Sister Mai. Yep, it's that. It's a level 1 card that will literally whack people for 7,500 power. Which is quite a bit of power for a level 1 card. Especially with quite a few level 1s being at like 1k power. Like anywhere between 1k and 4 free 3.5k basically. Counter Maple. Guildmaster Maple. I don't exactly recall this moment actually. Multicolored Canada. This is from the Machine Emperor time. From Machine, yeah, from the 3rd level. Path to the 2nd level. Destroyer. Ah yes, the good old classic Machine God Maple. Oh, that moment is hilarious. Oh yeah, the climax combo card is Deploy Left Arm. Fun times Maple with the new white shield. Which she had to get because her primary shield always used up all of her devours instantly. And there we go, Deploy Left Arm. Just a giant gun for an arm. Yes, more that Maple, Sally, Maple, Endless Exploration is another SR I got. Look at how lovely this card looks, especially with the shiny gold with the stars. And it just goes so well together with this image of his. Oceanic Coat Sally, this is around the time she got that outfit, I think it was. Oh yeah, then there's Path to the 2nd level that I got, a special version I got from the trial deck. Which is that it's a triple rare that I got from the trial deck, so it's a pretty rare, a somewhat rare card. Really cool. It's textured as well. We have the winning formula Maple. We have the Spell Stash and the Chroma again. Hey Refuse, how you doing? How it going? Okay, so far we've been... I think... Okay, we've passed 1k cards, I'm pretty sure. Basically, let's get home. Yeah, nice. That's nice. I think I've passed... No, I think I'm at around 900 cards so far that I've gone through. Let me see... 526... 120... 646, 846, 854 cards. Close to okay. It's only taken 4 hours. Who would have guessed it would take so long to go through trading TCG cards? Well, I hope you had it good on your trip, Refuse, as well. And yes, this old lovely Pokemon deck box I have. I spent so much money on these things throughout the years. I mean, it was nice to swing by the city center. Pokemon. Oh, that's nice, that's nice. It's nice to do that every once in a while. I had to take a drive earlier and it was alright. I have more clear spare sleeves. My friend who I live with, he's a giant Pokemon freak. I see. Well, he'd probably be jealous of my collection of rare cards. It's worth quite a bit, I think. I have a secret rare card. We've been discussing about doing his TCG card opening packs on my stream. Ooh, that sounds like a lot of fun. These are not really exactly cards, but like these are cool things from decks, especially the Gear Chronicle and the Royal Daichi Sendo from the Legend deck. Oh wait, this is where my Piplops ended up? Piplops! Piplops! And the Primplop. I wish I could open up the TCG stuff on stream, but don't really have the money for it. This Piplup is so cute. Such a cute Piplup card. What are you using to send the video from your phone to the PC at the moment? Video Ninja thingy. So it's done wirelessly? Okay. Might have been a better method to do it. This is just the one I somewhat know. And this is the rest of the bulk of my Bofuri Weiss Schwartz cards. Video Ninja is pretty good actually, yeah. I mean... Except my phone is starting to overheat. I think... these are my green and blue. But I prefer using the NDI protocol. I don't know that one. And I can see your phone dropping frames here and there. Yeah, yeah. It scuff is life. As I said, there's probably a better method of doing it. This is just quick, easy method to get it working. This is some more cards. Anxiety, the eye works. Yeah, please do it later. Might be quite good to know. We have some more cards, some Conqueror, Yui. Yeah, that's... yeah, Conqueror Mai. Hehe. Okay, that's a lot of cards. That's a lot of them. Okay, so that's plus 16. And we have some more focused Sally. Plus 4. Oh yeah, more of this. Or, oh yeah, Imposing a Majestic Cosme. And 4, so that's plus 8. And plus 4 path to the second level. So that's plus 12. I've been struggling starting my stream lately. Ah, that's sad, yeah. I mean, it's a struggle. I've been struggling for a while as well. Eventually just went, gotta do it. Alright, gonna go through this quick. Every time I get off track, it's so difficult to start streams again. You're not fucking loving. I mean, I get you. It's always hard. It's always hard to figure out what to do. Six, 7, 8. Oh, that maple is amazing. Yeah, I thought it was unbalanced maple. Wicked monsters are simply no matter against my wits and bravery. Yeah, your wits and bravery is called max fucking defense. This is cute. 9, 10, 11. Ah, look at this. Maxing out Yui. Adorable art. Adorable artwork. 12, 13, 14. more adorable art of maxing out my 14 and 15. Yeah, Risa, aka Sally, at school. 19. And here we go. Kaede Honjo, aka Maple. I don't put. What? I was at 18. This is 22. I mean, it's always hard to get back into something after taking a long break. My sleep schedule is fucked as well, which is also just fucking up things within my brain. That's 22. It's slightly rare, yes, slightly rare. It's a nice Frederica moment. 23. Plus 425. Drag. 6. Oh yeah, Dread. 28. Oh yeah, I have a pain. Cool. 29. Kanade. 29. 32. Also, this is probably a little bit of a boring stream, but this is like... I kinda did a poll and people wanted me to go through, so I gotta do it. Gonna be more interesting. Also, I guess it's gonna be a little more interesting when I get into my like stash of like rare Pokemon cards and stuff, because Wise is quite the unknown game, which is sad because it's really good. Alright, let's see. 32, 34, 36. Okay, best outfit is straight up. Alchemist's long coat is, yes, best outfit. Best fucking outfit on best character. I'll fight people about SB I'll fight people if they say I'm wrong with is being best character. She fucking is. Right, 36, 38. Have you played any TCG's Refuse or more watched a bit or collected some cards? Let's see, I was at 38. Slightly rare Frederica card. Pretty cool. 39. Hey, Loving Sacrifice, that's a great one. 40. Is this workshop nice? I love those moments. Yeah, that was 40, 42. Akashic Records. Oh yeah, that's a great moment as well. 44. System. Frederica surrendering. 43. Never ending sunset area. No, yeah, that's a fun moment. That's a cute moment. 55. What do you play in the TCG games at the moment? Did you play some Yu-Gi-Oh? Yu-Gi-Oh back in the days. Ooh, that's cool. I have a ghost rare Yu-Gi-Oh card actually. I think it's worth upwards of like 600 SEK. Because it's actually in pretty damn good condition. I have so many fucking cards. It's stupid. And let's see, that was 45. Yep. Hey, more maple. 46. 47. Oh yeah, I'm off to Black Rose. 49. 53. 4 cups of this. 7. Yeah, that's a cute one. 47. No, yeah. 48. Ah, yes. Sally goes ham. Sally is on a murder spree. Oh, that's. I love that. 49. 50. Oh god, 53. Packages of vanilla. Relaxation Sally. 53, 56. Ah, yeah, she knows the split sword. 7. Hey, Marcus! Marcus the Trapper. 59. And Kazumi, event bonus outfit. Adorable outfit, honestly. 60. Wait a minute. So that's plus 60. Basically adding... how much does that add up to now? 208, 268. 278, 280, 296. Okay, so I have a total of 296 Weiss Schwartz cards. Oh yeah, Refuse, are you familiar with the game Star Realms? Because I kind of have a giant box of just Star Realms. Yeah. Alright, then. Time to put my voice back. Yes, next up would be this fun little game named Keyforge. It's another game that isn't super big. It's a fun little one. Much smaller decks, of course. This is, if I remember correctly, this is my favorite out of the decks I have. It's been a little while since I played it, but I do remember it being pretty fun to play. Yeah, this is a fun one to play. I'm just gonna go through these, let's go through things a little bit quicker tempo now. Because otherwise it'll probably, yeah, it's gonna take way too long. This is actually a fun deck. I don't remember how big. These are also set size. Wait, was it really? Are they really 36 in size now? I think I miscounted. So that's 10. 20. 30. Actually, okay, 36. So Keyforge decks are 36 cards in size. I see. Actually quite good to know. So that means I can go...
No restraints, I'm obsessed with the pain. I ingest, I retain, assess and I change. Possessed by the thought I'll be free one day from society's restraints. Money, clout and fame, a disease, a plague. We all love to hate, have to play the game, have to make a name. All our
36
insecurities are on display.
plus 46 plus 46.
Living in a time where disease is on every screen. I won't let them fester me.
This is a very nice... Actually, it's a very nice deck box that they have.
No mercy, all I got is working. Never stop searching, never quench the thirsty.
Let's see what...
Psychotic with its logic, you can't stop it, it's been chronic.
Yeah, there's only one in here. So that's 3 in total. So I have 4 Keyforge decks. This is also another one I... Oh yeah, this is another one I actually enjoyed playing, if I remember it correctly. Yeah, this is another one I actually enjoyed playing. I sure did spend a lot of money on stuff. Okay, so that's 46, 46, 66, 74, 110, 146, 150. Cool. Wait, is it even is it even accurate?
They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that could make sense. They hate when I keep
Or that's 4.
but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing.
Yeah, 4 there. Yeah, it's not 150, it's 148.
When you're successful cause they try to be. They sit there being judgmental because you're trying things. And they just want you to settle and do the right thing. So get a good job, don't slack off. Wake up every morning, make a good impression on your boss. Don't do anything that I wouldn't do. And when you're making money, make sure you don't spend it too soon. Fuck that, I'll do what I wanna do. I got a different path from everyone and that includes you. Who are you to tell me how to live life?
I think it's also... first, let me do this. Shall I give you a shout out there, Misu?
Wait, what? Did I do something wrong? Wait, let me see. Okay, and then it's the glory hole. Let me see.
Miss is a lovely artist. Left the teacher an artist to watch. Not early, but yeah. These are the last two Keyforge decks that I have. I'm just gonna go through them very quickly. And then I'm gonna bring out my Yu-Gi-Oh box. And then I can show the few decks I have from Yu-Gi-Oh. And then then I'm gonna go for, and some of the more cool cards I have in my collection there. And then I can go for let's see, yeah, then I can go for like the magic decks that I have, which are a few. And then after that I'm gonna see, because I think after that I'm gonna search up my box of like, I mean, I have a lot of Vanguard cards, they're a bit everywhere, not really stored in any particular place for like the cool ones, because most of the cool ones are in my decks. I have a few other ones here and there, but I don't have them properly stored and sorted. It's a little bit hard to show those off. But yeah, I have my 2 Pokemon binders, and then my pretty big pile of actually like EX, GX, V, and cards like that in Pokemon. And I think after that is a pretty good place then, because like I've been going for like 4.5 hours. Yeah. And that sure is a bit of time. Also, Refuse says, your friend that is really into Pokemon, did he ever play like any Pokemon tournaments, or has it mainly just been a collector's side? Because you kind of missed when I was going over my favorite Pokemon deck, where I have a lot of fun memories with. Oh yeah, this deck I've played quite a bit, and this is actually quite fun one. Yeah, a lot of these cards. I'm not too into like all of the rules and like having them memorized and stuff, but this is a pretty cool game to play actually. Also nice background music. Yeah, and I think it's quite fitting, quite nice. Here's my little Yu-Gi-Oh box. It's also seen some better days. I'm just gonna take one of these. Lovely ginger chewy candy that burns like crazy. Yeah, this is a bit of a collection. What's I think this is? Oh yeah, this is some of my more rare Yu-Gi-Oh cards, like shinier. Blackwing Elephant the Raven. Yeah, just like Blackwings. Blackwings. Fan the Steel Chain. Sure, the Blue Flame. Brisote the Tailwind. Mr. the Silver Shield. Blizzard the Far North. Bora the Spear. Silver Descendant. Majestic Dragon. Mistar Boy, I think the name is. Divine Grace. North Wemco. Bujinte Susanovo. Five-Headed Dragon. And Majestic Star Dragon Ghost Rare. Now this is a pretty rare, expensive card, so that's something. Very nice card. Very nice and fancy card this is. And there's just a bigger amount of storage I have here. Where my this is the deck that I have. That is like most put together of my deck is, I think. Somewhat decent deck as well. Or not really. Not really a decently good one, but slightly fun deck. probably my favorite card, Yu-Gi-Oh card out there, Mirror Force. Another Mirror Force.
All these thoughts keep me up at night, yeah. What am I doing, did I do it right, yeah. All these thoughts keep me up at night, yeah. I can't think straight, need the light. I need to breathe, get me up and out of the sheets. Onto my feet, another cup of coffee and me. That's what I need, my eyes puffy, I can't see. I'm too tired to function, but too lost to sleep. Ay, I think I need to be on something medication.
Okay, so
I think I
40
need to figure out
cards.
segregation. I think I needed just a
I think that's what I
education to
put
understand the world
almost
as a
all the Mega decks on for deck size. Although very few of them are actually none of them are actually playable. This is mainly what I put together with the cards I have.
Everybody lacks what they need internal, so they compensate with everything external. Not trying to throw shade, no way. I'm just trying to find a meaning of life. Hey, there's happiness if you try to live the right way. Forget about what others.
Well, I've also been thinking a bit about it, and I might do a bit of like some Swootron stream at some point. As like a fun, casual chill game of have like some nice story gameplay, and maybe we can do some try and mess around with some either light side shenanigans on the dark side, or yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. It's a light side Sith. I think that will be a bit fun to do. Although it is a game that's more fun played with people than solo, but the story is actually worth it to play solo as well, I would say. And at one point it would be fun to be able to do some TCG streams with like actually playing some TCG games, but that's a little bit difficult to do.
On when I chase like that, yeah, I play so strong with a knife in the back. I'ma swing home run like a baseball bat. Gonna see me rise, you can hate on that. I don't play both sides, doing me no cap. I'm a ride or die for my dreams on tap. I'ma fly real high, you ain't seen me stack.
Miscounted one. I think this is pretty much straight one of the Yu-Gi like legend decks from that box. That could be mistaken. My guess then would be that the last deck is around the same in size. Yeah, I'd guess this is also 40. Two.
You don't wanna fuck with me, don't wanna test your luck with me, cause if you try to fuck with me, I'll take all your body parts to a fucking graveyard, 6 feet under.
I'm ostracized and traumatized by everything I'm not. Alright, I'm lost inside and
Yeah,
anything
exactly 40. And this is a bit of a Exodia deck.
Bring it home slowly, hand your boy the trophy. Patience is holy moly.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh is one of the games I mean, pretty much only game TCGs I actually played regularly enough and like played slightly more, or actually competed in tournaments is straight up Pokemon and Vanguard. With Vanguard being the sheer big number one majority of where I spent my hours. And there was a lot of hours I spent playing Vanguard at a card shop. A lot of fun memories from doing that. It was a great time. I'm not gonna go through absolutely every card right now. That's just gonna take hours, and I'm gonna go through them later when I can just chill a bit, take it more chilling, like count up everything, because I want to know how many cards I have in total. Because there are a few. Okay, so there's 160 there for now. Yeah, quite a few cards actually.
Here, let me break it down. Yeah, I'm gonna make it now. Give me some time and you'll see me up on stage somehow. I'm working every day, I'm working hella late. I'm working cause it's worth it. Once you make it, then you play. Yeah, I'm never slowing down. I'm gonna own this town.
Let's see, I think these 3 boxes are like all Magic cards put together. This is just mass storage. I think this is also mass storage. Yep, completely full. And this one is also pretty much completely full, except some spare sleeves as well. So they are not very interesting boxes. But it does show off the sheer volume of cards. This is the box where I actually have some more interesting ones, like the decks. Yeah, the decks. Alright, let's start off with one of my decks using my favorite color. That is black. I like the black decks in Magic. This is great. No, this is a black-green deck. Pretty much straight up a pre-built deck. Pretty fun deck actually to play. For what I remember, although I haven't played it in a while. But it was pretty fun. And Liliana's influence. It's a Liliana deck. Yeah, with the dual, two different types of lands needed, two different types of mana needed for playing the card. I do like, I mean, there's a big thing where what I really like with like playing a TCG game where you collect up cards, put together a deck and play with. Especially when you actually go for like the freedom of choosing your cards yourself. Seeing what can I put together, how well does it work, how does it compare and stuff. It's actually a lot of fun. Especially when you manage to create a pretty good meme deck. Those are some of the most fun ones. Oh yeah, this swamp is one of this. Yeah, this is one of my favorite swamp arts. Why did I put it into this deck? It should be my favorite deck, honestly. I have one of my Liliana, Planeswalker. Which is the reason I bought this pre-built deck, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, it's probably due to this. The fact that these two match so well. Yeah, that explains why. This art is... These two have such good artwork. Alright, yeah, this gets to stay in this deck. Because it matches so well with this forest. And this is the first Liliana Planeswalker I owned. Put them both into this deck. Not exactly sure why I did it, but I did.
I'm inspired by thirst, I'm inspired by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first.
Let's see how many cards there are in this.
You never did shit, I know it hurts.
It's probably gonna be a pretty big one. 10. I mean, I know it's at least 60. I think it's slightly above 60. $40. That's 50. I think 61. Yep, 61. Very big deck.
Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think.
And in this box we have the next one. And this, I mean, this is just a fun deck I threw together for playing. This is far from like being accurate with like rules and stuff. It is also quite a nasty deck. Listen Tome. Deathstruck, really old card. But it's like, I put it together around a specific combo, of course. Also this one's with such good art. I put this together around a specific combo style. And this is a cool card, Liliana's Reaver. Also this deck is pure black. And it's a nasty deck. Here we go, one of the cards for the combo, Bogbrew Witch. I'm gonna go over them. More nice art. Child of Night, a really fun card with the lifelink. I like it. It's good. The Cursed Spirit. Probably my favorite magic card ever. Doomblade. Destroy target non-black creature as an instant. Only costing 2. Real cheap to play. Vile Rebirth. Just look at these swamps. Such good art. Festering Newt, another part of my amazing combo. Yeah, another Bogbrew Witch, more Festering Newt. More Doomblade. Diabolic Tutor. I mean, I maxed out the amount of Festering Newts I could have in the deck. Not sure about the exact... I mean, I didn't have the more, so I have 2 Bogbrew Witches. Because that's all I have. And then I have one more part of this combo, and I only have one of that. This nice looking. This nice land. That swamp design is so good. The art. So good. Here we go, Bubbling Cauldron. Gonna go over the combo in a little bit. Also another good swamp design actually. So what this combo goes out upon is having Bogbrew Witch out, who will allow me to be able to search my library for either a Festering Newt or a Bubbling Cauldron. And when I have all cards out, I can activate Bubbling Cauldron's effect, sacrificing a creature to gain 4 life. But the better part is sacrificing a creature named Festering Newt. Each opponent loses 4 life. I gain life equal to the life lost this way, which activates Festering Newt's ability. When Festering Newt dies, target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1. Until end of turn, that creature gets -4/-4 instead if you control a creature named Bogbrew Witch. Basically meaning that I want all of these out on the field at the same time, and then I have a nasty combo. I have Sustain, I can kill certain things, and then there's this Bogbrew which lets me keep searching for Festering Newts. And then I have more cards in the deck that will allow me to Bring back Festering Newts from the dead. To be able to reuse the combo over and over again until my opponent dies. On top of having, for example, cards like Child of Night in the deck to give me more sustain. It's a bloody great deck, honestly. There's someone who found my deck to be real nasty to play against, and I mean they weren't wrong. This is a nasty deck to play against. And I somehow put together such a good deck that some people didn't even want to face it because it's that good. Because it was that good, so it's just like, yeah. But I mean, I only played it casually at like school with some classmates, so it wasn't anything serious. 40. 50. 60. Okay, so 67 cards. It's also a slightly big deck. It's also far from the most consistent deck out there, but it's pretty fun. Pretty fun deck, actually. Oh wow, we're getting close to 5 hours now. Damn. That's quite some hours. Oh yeah, fun deck that I kinda got put together by someone. I think this is that one. No, it's not. This is a different deck. I think. Yeah, this is something. This is a fun little mess I put together. All built around this counter target spell, countering everything. It's not a good deck, but it's kind of funny. And I think it's around 60 cards as well. I'm just doing this so I can count the cards to be able to get a grasp of how many cards I have in total. Because I know it's a stupid amount of cards. Oh, this deck has 70 cards. Bruh.
got an itch I can't scratch, I'm missing a piece that completes a whole part of me, an open wound scar to see. Everybody come here, gather round, welcome to the freak show, the best in town. What the hell's wrong with me? I don't get along with anybody, honestly. I've been living in my own head constantly, thoughts jumbled round, think I need a new lobotomy. Wait, all these thoughts are too negative. I don't wanna
I think this is the last deck I have. Yeah. I think this is the deck I had some that yeah. I think this is the deck that someone built for me. Around, or did I put this together as well? I don't remember. This forest card is pretty. No, this is that deck. Yeah. Yeah, this is that deck that someone put together for me, I think. I think it's like 60 cards in total. So 15. $30. $45. $60. Nice, 60 exactly. That's okay. My magic decks are a lot. That's a lot in total. Because two of these decks are basically the entirety of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I have some of the cooler ones combined with the decks. And I have 4 magic decks, so yeah. But it's also due to Yu-Gi-Oh decks being like 40 cards a deck, unlike Magic. And I have some more here. And there's just what I use as tokens. Okay, so then it's an extra 7. Alright, let's count them up and see what number we're at then. So it's 265, okay, that's quite a few. That's quite a few cards. Name. Alright, let's... Alright, Now the last thing that I think is good to go over is the more interesting Pokemon cards, and yeah, there's quite a few. Well, I can show a little bit of like how the collection is looking. It's like there's a lot. There's a lot in total. I think it's in one of these boxes. So. Alright, I have another magic deck here. Yep, it's this one. It's a silver deck. This really isn't a very good deck. I thought I was done with my magic, but apparently not. I'm pretty sure it's in that box that I put my more rare Pokemon cards. The ones that aren't in a binder, of course. $15. $30. $45. $64. Basically putting me at 329. I see. So in Magic decks I have 329 cards. What's my Vanguard out now again? 526, and that's only going through my decks and a few spares. In other words, a lot of cards. And then I have even more random Bermuda Triangle cards. Oh, I have her. Cool. That's an extra 28 Vanguard cards. 446, 550, 554. Okay, so 554 Vanguard cards so far. And that's barely even touching the surface of my Vanguard cards. Okay, I didn't have my Pokemon there. Just more Vanguard. Yeah, I don't have any organization for my cards. I think you're gonna go Lart. Alright, some Nova Grapplers. screaming and dancing and answer shout. Fun. That's actually a fun name. Yeah, Shining Lady is a nice design. And then there's Cat Butler. Okay, so an extra 77 Vanguard cards, okay. Yep, and this is just a Star Realms box. Really fun game actually. So that's an extra 77. So 31, I see. This was not the box of the rare Pokemon cards. And then there's like this box. It's just full of Pokemon. Straight up. So yeah, and these will fill quite a few cards.
Every day that I wake up, I can never see quite clear. When I look at my surroundings, and everybody still doubts me. I wanna live to hear a crowd sing. All my lyrics so loudly. I miss a time when we would all get
What about
together.
this
I guess
one?
it's
Up,
time
there's
to
more
so we were better.
Pokemon.
Real talk, sipping drinks without all the pressure. Now everybody needs to think about posting whatever. When people ask how I'm doing, I've never been better. That's really not a conversation I'm willing to enter. How come
What
we
about
all
this
putting you
box?
forcing out all of this pressure? I'm just sick of these
I think I found it, finally. Was it in this? It is. This one is full of... This one has... I can start with showing this.
I'm scared of being poor.
These are in these cute Pikachu sleeves. Like these are some rare cards, nice cards that are
And I don't know why. Sometimes I really
like
do
that
hate
are
me.
pretty.
Can't even pick my own side, yeah. What is even going on? Why the hell do I even write songs? What the hell am I doing here?
That
man?
are. I mean, these are not the rarest.
Thing down. Yeah, but maybe
Pretty
if
rare
I
and
was
cool
a
and like
place,
cards I'd like and
I'd
want
rather
to
lay
keep
in
a
the
bit
abyss
protected.
than be aware of what I missed.
Go for these first.
See if I quit.
There's some this lovely Croconaw from Heart Gold, Soul Silver,
When you see what you could have became,
Slowbro,
that day would drive me insane.
Obama Snow. Like this is.
The path and I pick the pain.
Ooh, I want to say Diamond and Pearl. Yeah, Diamond and Pearl here.
Sometimes I'm mad, sometimes I'm okay. Yeah.
Pretty recent Keldeo Hollow. White Kyurem. There's this cool Heart Gold Soul Silver Rose Raid. Tropius. Gloom. There's this Beedrill Galactic from Team Galactic. Masquerain. Kricketot.
Everything has changed.
Growl from Diamond and Pearl. Nice.
When I can see
This cute Trico card. I really like this.
is on my iPhone on display.
There's this Grovyle.
You can't get away.
Then there's this
Yeah,
Sceptile.
I don't feel the same. Yo, and destiny is a weird thing.
Meganium.
'Cause it's easier to believe
Two of
that everything is
Superior.
it's part of a plan, so there ain't no need to worry. Don't let your
Nice.
vision be blurry.
Veltal.
Yeah, into your journey. Yo, and you can
Hoopa.
start real early.
Moltres. Reshiram.
But it's your
Volcarona. Chandler. Chimcha.
you better get after it. Don't
And Monferno.
quit
No Infernape. Oh yeah, this is an old Ponyta. Not sure what set this is from, but like this is old school. This is Togekiss, there is Garbodor from a black and white era. Age Slash? No, maybe is it black and no, that's Breakpoint. Okay. That was a bit off. Age Slash. I have 3 of that one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I did buy a booster box of this set, so that would explain it. Happiny, Ribombi, Trigolge, Togedemaru, Vikavolt, Jolteon, Lucha, Angoro, and this Bronzong. Full art card that is not very rare, but like it's just a nice look to it. Yeah, and these are all in these picture sleeves. And this is in my other Storms box, because I bought the base set and then Colony Wars, a expansion. And that's how I have so many fucking like over, I think it's 280 cards in total. And kinda needed when you wanna play like four people. Forget about Storms is a really fun game, so. And here we have the most rare Pokemon cards in my collection. These lovely Darkrai sleeves. Like this is where the most value of my Pokemon cards lie. First off, we have this lovely Gyarados, shiny red Gyarados EX Secret Rare from Breakpoint, which I got in my booster box of this. Still really happy over having this in my collection. And you know it's the secret rare because it says, come on, focus. No, it doesn't want to focus. Oh, almost. There we go, 123 out of 122. So it's card number 123 in a set that had 122 different cards. That's how you know it's a secret rare. At least it was once upon a time. Not sure if it's just like that now. We have a Starmie V. Ho-Oh EX full art from Breakpoint. If I remember it correctly, I got this out of the booster packs I got after completing the tournament phase of the actual tournament, release tournament. So once I was done with it, that's when I get my EX from there. Then we have this Rayquaza EX that is a shiny. It's a promo from a box. But then the cooler thing is what's behind it. The Mega Rayquaza EX that is shiny. That I pulled from a random pack, if I remember it correctly. Also, the funny thing is, on the Japanese cards, the Mega cards like this with this text. On the Japanese cards, the text is in English, but on the English cards, it's in Japanese. This is pretty fun patch. Origin form Dialga-V. We have a Scizor EX. Actually 2. We have 1 Mega Scizor EX and 2 Mega Scizor EX full arts. Full art from Breakpoint. I bought a lot of I did buy a lot of Breakpoint booster packs. We have a Mega Aggron EX. Not too sure which actual set that is from. We have from Breakpoint again, Espeon EX. And this is one of the few EX card Pokemon I know that exists that will counter the Regice that I have that counters pretty much every EX. And I have it as a normal and as a full art. And then we have this Mewtwo EX from I think that's what is named Breakthrough. Then we have a Mewtwo EX from Evolutions, and you can pretty much know that it's Evolutions. From Evolutions because of the symbol, but also because it looks like the really old Pokemon sets. We have a Meloetta EX from one of the black and white sets. I don't know which set this is, what the name of it is. We have an Espeon EX, or GX I mean, with an EX. That's pretty nice. We have a lovely we have an Ampharos EX. And then look at this. It's a Pikachu EX. It's the promo from the Pikachu box I have that I saw Vanguard decks in. I just love this. I love this. As it's Mega Thunderbolt. It's pricey to use, but it hits pretty hard for being a Pikachu. We have a Luxray Hollow. And a Luxray. I have 2 Luxray breaks. This was, I once had a electric deck put together, and these were like the boss cards of that deck, and that deck was actually good. It was actually pretty good. Kinda miss that I don't have it together, but I needed the sleeves for other things. And I don't really play Pokemon anymore, and these night decks were so outdated anyway, so it's Suing Diligent V. The Decidueye GX. I bought the random pack and pulled it from. It's pretty nice. We have a Mega Sceptile EX. A Cernius EX that I pull. I think I pulled it from a random pack. When I bought the Yveltal box, I think that's in the pack I pulled it. Togekiss EX, also from Breakpoint. The set I have most cards from because I bought a fucking booster box, which is 36 booster packs, and it's 10 cards each, so 360 cards straight up. And I bought a fuck ton of more cards, and I bought more stuff. I have a Yveltal EX as a promo. I love this attack, especially Evil Ball. This attack does 20 more damage times the amount of energy attached to both active Pokemon. Pretty fucking nasty attack. Darkrai EX promo. A Tyranitar EX. And a Mega Tyranitar EX full art. Ancient Origins is... yeah, they are both from Ancient Origins. It's that symbol. There is the Galarian Surfetched V. There's this cute Bonsly that is like an old... It's an older reverse hollow. I wanted to keep it in here. There's this Sylveon hollow. Very nice card. Not sure what's it's from. This hollow Giratina. Team Plasma. It's from one of the Team Plasma sets from Black and White. Really nice. There's this Gardevoir reverse hollow. From the Diamond and Pearl era. Very nice. There is this Trevenant Breakpoint. card. I don't. It's a promo I got from probably a tournament of some sort. I think so. No, yeah, I think I got this from the pre-release tournament actually. There is this Trevenant break. Then we have my 3 Golduck breaks. I don't know why I have 3 of them, but I got 3 of them. Oh yeah, breakpoint. Explains it. We have a Legend Box trainer card. This is another like Heart Gold Soul Silver era card. We have Gold Potion, like, yeah, this is one of the Team Plasma black and white sets. This isn't worth super much. It looks like it would be worth quite a bit, but not really. A Life Herb. Also like Diamond, Diamond and Pearl Aura. Expert Belt. Yeah, Diamond and Pearl Aura that as well. Same with the buffer piece. Then we have Giovanni's Scheme. Actually like this card a lot. And as you can see, it's from the TCG's Championships Regional, which I partook in. Didn't go super well for me in there, but I was in there, played it in that tournament. It's pretty fun. Got to play against some really cool people. And there were quite a few people not from Sweden participating in there. That was quite fun. And I got this for being part of it. It's from, I think it's Breakthrough. Could be wrong. But it's a very cool card, and that's why I want to keep it a bit of extra protected, because it's worth a bit. I mean, it's having that symbol, it's not the most common card. Fallen Last is also like Diamond and Pearl era, I think, early. Rosian's Research. And we have Reverse Valley. Actually pretty, this is a cool stadium card. Breakpoint, I have a bunch of these, or I used to at least. I think I have less now, but it's a cool one. Because you get to choose which player gets which effect when you play it. And this is like a hollow or reverse hollow. That's really extra cool. There's Conductive Quarry. One of my favorite looking Psychic Energy cards. You can see the Espeon and the extra artwork. Heart Gold Soul Silver era, I would guess. It's sadly in a bit of rough condition, but it looks really pretty. There's another older energy card that looks good. Same with this. This, which I think is actually one of the early sets. It says 95, 96, 98 on it, so yeah, I would guess this is real early and in really good condition actually. The Lightning Energy card from same era, in really actually pretty damn good condition. And the Grass Energy in slightly worse condition, but same era I think. Yep, same era. That's like that big chunk. But this is still my proudest card to own, just because it is a secret rare. And the fact that I have one. That I pulled from a pack. Well, it was actually a classmate of mine who pulled it from the booster box in a pack at school once because I opened it there. Was a pretty fun experience. And it is in the Darkrai box. I forgot to count them, but I'm gonna count them later. That's, I would guess, easily like 100 to 200 cards. Those two boxes alone. And then I have two big binders, but they're big and a bit annoying to show. But I can show at least this. I have the Elf Lithograph that I with a friend back in a while. We translated, wrote it on a piece of paper and put it there. That card straight up says shuffle your deck. It's a funny card. And then up here we have a Life Herb. Oh, it's not visible. The Life Herb up at the top. It's pretty difficult to show these binders. But there's quite a few cards in this. My favorite binder is definitely worth this and this page, where we have these Pikachus. Like me and a friend, we nicknamed this the Centbeard Pikachu because it looks like it has a Centbeard. This is a old promo Pikachu. This is an old set Pikachu. And we have more here. And I like this with like the Pokeball. Pokeball. I think I have one with an attack named Pika Punch as well. Yeah, here we go, Pika Punch. It's a pretty fun name for an attack. Yeah, and then there's just some more old school, old cards. Cards someone once sort of ripped into pieces that I had. Sad moment. This really old Mewtwo that is hollow, sad in bad condition, but still like hollow. From early Pokemon, this is just bad condition. I think that's all I have. No, that's not all. The reason I don't really store stuff in this binder is because I can't really put cards in the sleeves into it. Out of the ones I have. There are some cool ones. Like this Phione and Manaphy. White Kyurem and Black Kyurem up there as well. But yeah, I think that's about it for now. Starting to lose my voice a bit. Yeah, thanks. Thank you for stopping by to those who did. Now let's see if we can find someone to raid. You know. And also, if you want, feel free to use Daniel with the raid message. And next stream, I don't know. Probably not tomorrow, probably Wednesday or Thursday maybe. Not sure what I will be streaming then. Not sure. Maybe we'll try some filters out. See how it goes. Yeah, I know. I know what I do.
you. Hope I don't upset you. I miss laying in bed too. Your head up on my chest.
I'm gonna read Sumo stopped by earlier and spread over here. Over there. Just playing some League if you enjoy. Hopefully I'll try to go live again on Wednesday and probably some Scooter. And enjoy some of that story. Maybe some shenanigans on the live, maybe some shenanigans, like classical shenanigans, or like gaming around. But yeah, bye. Have a good rest of your evening and enjoy some soup.